I'm just waiting for people to come in. Um, Nobody's here yet, but I want Lisa K to come grab a link because she just told me something in Messenger I'd like her to elaborate on. 100%.
She doesn't have anything to do with this. And Tennessee Truth and Chicken on a Stick, who I don't even know and never listened to, those people all think she's someone that she's not, too. She doesn't know any of those people. She doesn't have anything to do with this. And Tennessee Truth and Chicken on a Stick, who I don't even know and never listened to, she's not the Cathy that called Dusty. And she's not the Cathy that Candace stayed with. She has nothing to do with this. Seriously. If I have to, I'll give you Cathy that Candace stayed with's name, but I don't really want to dox her. Leave Kathy Marsh alone. I'm serious. She's a friend of mine. She has nothing to do with this. She's helped me out, checking out some stuff. She has nothing to do with this. Absolutely nothing. And, Bed Crime Stories and Carl both did videos about her, and I had them both take them down. I told Bed Crime Stories she needs to apologize, but she never did. But Carl took his down too because I proved that she has nothing to do with this.
All right, Lisa. I left you a link. I told you I was going to go live and asked you to come grab a link. Your internet's working now. Um, I want you to come up here and tell me why you think Kathy Marsh is not involved in anything. Why would she just offer to help you while trolling all the creators? Hey, how are you, The Stand? You there? Okay, probably not him, right? Yeah, Diana, I have a problem with this. Who all is Lisa reaching out to? Like, I seriously have an issue with this. If you've been talking to her the whole time, Lisa, and she's been checking things out for you, is it you she's trolling people for? Because now I have a problem with you. For real. We're going to go back to the Benny stuff since I came live. I wasn't going to go live today because I had unexpected company. They were here late. Life's been chaotic today. Yeah, Diana, it sure seems that way, and I want to know why. Why doesn't Lisa tell us what state she's in? When I looked her up, I found somebody with her name from Ohio. Okay, but there's probably a million of them. She says she's not from Ohio. I'd like to know, Lisa, what state are you in? Are you in Indiana? I think it's time you come up here and be clean with people and tell people shit since you know so much. So the stand writes me in my back chat. He didn't come on panel, but he said, I'll punch Lisa in the face. She texted me today talking smack about you. She got caught doing food stamp fraud. She's a felon. Is that really you, the stand? Do you want to come back up? Show me your face. You're in backstage. Yeah. And after Ernie came on my panel, Diana. It probably is Ernie. He says, yes, it's him. I'm driving right now. I'll talk to you later. All right. Well, if you want to come on, you're welcome to when you get back wherever you're going. Just show your face. I'm going to kick you from the stage then. My link is up here for Lisa to grab. I don't know why she's not grabbing it. I don't know if you guys can hear without me sharing. Hold on. Let's play this again, and we're going to go get back to Benny. Sorry I come on so late tonight. Let me know if you can hear it.
But Carl took his down too because I proved that she has nothing to do with this. She's not the Cathy that called Dusty, and she's not the Cathy that Candace stayed with.
No shit.
She has nothing to do with this. She doesn't have anything to do with this. And Tennessee Truth and Chicken on a Stick, who I don't even know and never listened to, those people all think she's someone that she's not, too. She doesn't know any of those people.
Well, how would you know that? I've never heard Tennessee Truth or Chicken on a Stick come out and say that. Hey, Phoebe. I've never heard neither one of them come out and ask who she was. Never. Diana, Phoebe, if you guys have seen Kathy Marsh in chats, can you tell me which chat you see her hang out in? Please. Because we're at the point of ridiculous with Lisa Kay. And I don't mean that to be rude. I try to get along with her. I think she's a wealth of information when it comes to Rose. However, when she does things like this, it bothers me. And this is like I've had her blocked for a while. But let's go back.
Hi. So Candace was in the carnival, and after she left Andrew and gave up her kids in Wisconsin.
This is April 20th, 2022. She sent me a voicemail.
Mike's Magical Midway or something. I know the name of the carnival. And then she traveled around and ended up stranded in Missouri. So I'm not sure how, but possibly she got let go. I really don't know, but that's what she said, stranded in Missouri. And Candy and Val were managing a motel in Arkansas. So Candy went and rescued Candace and brought her to the motel to stay. And Candy was already friends with Don's sisters. So they were the ones that introduced Don and Candace. And the rest is history. Of course, you know, she had a baby in there. Oh, I'm always nervous when it's a planned interview, too. Usually I'm just in chat and people want me to go up on panels, so it's kind of a spur of the moment thing, but yeah, we'll do fine. Do you have questions planned, or are you just going to go by ear? No, Jeannie is Rose's sister. Rose and Candace's sister, Jeannie. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Don's sisters or stepsisters, but I don't think Don's sisters have ever left Utah, so it had to be stepsisters. Yeah, I can't stand all that infighting and backstabbing either. And the fights. And I was on prayer garden last night, and she just started swearing and going off on people, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise to say goodbye. I don't like all that either. People are so nasty in this case. I mean, it's really brought out the ugly side of a lot of people.
All right, here's another thing, Lisa. You keep saying you know who Squall is. Here's what you wrote me when I was saying she was Becca Crawford. Candy lies, that's all I'm going to say, and I've known who Squall is since the start. Why are you doing this to her? It seems like a vendetta. No, that's not her. Why are you sticking up for Squall so much, Lisa? And then we go into today's. That's all of our conversations. You guys can go back, zoom in, read. It's all there. I'm putting it out there because I'm calling Lisa K out. I've had enough of this. I want to know who Squall is, Lisa. And I want you to come out and say it. I don't give a fuck if it's Doxson. If you've known her right since the beginning, then you can tell us who she is. It seems to me that Candace and Candy don't want you involved in anything. So I don't know why you stay here on YouTube involved, especially if you tell me you're not from Wisconsin, you're not from Utah, you're not from Arkansas, you're not from Ohio, you're not from Tennessee. What is that, 6, 7 states? What state are you from, Lisa K? I've had enough. No, Phoebe, I think you're a little confused. That was different conversations. Some was about Squall and some was about Kathy Marsh. Both have played a lot of games in Summer's case. I have been trolled to hell and back by Kathy Marsh. That's who Ernie told me it was that he met with, who was meeting Dusty. Do I know that that's true? No, because Ernie hasn't provided proof of that, right? However, the name in Summer's case and the chats and the trolling and her coming into my groups, going into my Facebook tells me that Kathy Marsh has some kind of stake here. Now, she has gone by her name here on YouTube, so I'm not doxing her. Everybody knows who she is. And I feel I have just had enough of this shit, and I'm on the hunt. Now, yesterday, I was wrong. There's a Kathy Marsh that's related to the SDA church deeply in Utica, New York. Okay? That's weird to me. However, that's not Kathy Marsh that's been going around and trolling everybody. I was sent her profile this morning, and it's a picture that I've seen even here on YouTube, right? Like she's used it before. Well, Running Fox, I think she's kind and intelligent too when she wants to be. As far as real research, she's been wrong a couple times, even on my panel a few weeks ago when I showed her something. Yeah, Anita's. That's what I'm saying. And the fact that Lisa protects people that have been involved in some crazy stuff in Summer's case makes me side eye her. Um, she seems to know everything and everybody on a personal level, the way she talks about them. Kathy Marsh is my friend. Squall didn't do anything wrong, but here she is, a woman who is not only involved in Summer's case, but she has deep ties to Rose's case. That, oh, does she, Diana? You haven't seen her be nasty? I'm sorry, Running Fox. It's okay to disagree with me. I disagree with you. That's all I'm saying. Kathy Marsh is somebody who has also been playing games in Summer's case behind the scenes. She trolls people deeply. She leaves nasty comments and messages everywhere. Um, it's just disgusting. And it worries me. Like, I was really starting to like Lisa up until last week. Now we're at the point where she's sticking up for people and doesn't want to come out and say anything and doesn't want to do this and doesn't want to do that. Well, then you shouldn't be here, because you shouldn't come out here and tell people you know people, right? But I'm not going to say who they are. Lisa, it makes it look like you're working with them. I do like you. I do think you're intelligent. I've had you on my panel several times. I like talking with you. However, I feel like you're running something in the background here. Because every time I say a name, you automatically defend that name. And it doesn't make sense. When if you want to know what happened to Summer, you should be asking me, why are you saying that name? Well, what did she do to you? What has she done? No, instead you say, no way. They worked behind the scenes for me. They went and checked things out for me. So that right there, Lisa, just made me turn my whole head at you. Now I've asked you to grab a link. Please come grab one. Because tonight, I would like you to tell me who Squall is and what your involvement is with these people that are involved in Summer's case and Rose's. Now, so I may have missed a lot of gossip like you too, Crystal. I know you do, Running Fox, and I appreciate you for being here. And I do allow people to have a difference of opinion. And it's fine if you like Lisa. I just feel she has played many, many games in Summer's case. And she was involved in Rose's case. Like, we have to look at that. That's something to look into. The Wells do not like her. I believe that that's been stated. Yeah, and that's another one. He never gets up here and begs for his wife. He goes and files a divorce. There's just something not right. Yep. High mouth of the dirty self. You know, and it's like I don't want to come on here and attack this woman, but I'm writing her because I show her a connection I found to Robin Lane because she writes me in my comment section that's not Robin. It may not be, okay? However, this woman also goes by Lane, And all of her family members are Arrington. But that's not the name on her thing. However, the other profile that Lisa sent me is on there too, and it's another one. So there's two Robin Lanes in Kingsport, and one is related to Arrington. That's all I was trying to say. You've butted heads with her before? It's just crazy to me that she says this off the top shit like, no, not Squall. I've known Squall since the beginning, and I know exactly who she is, but I can't tell you. But she's done some awful things. She's also played fuck shit in Summer's name. So, Lisa, spill it. And it had struck and taken down. Go figure. What did you find? Mouth. Listen, I'm a fair person and I can be fair with everybody. Okay? But when you start getting into the secrecy shit surrounding a missing child's case, there's a problem. And there's two missing people that this woman surrounds. That's all I'm going to say. Now, with that said, she's obviously not going to grab a link. And since I'm on here, we might as well start with Benny. I didn't have my live ready because I wasn't going to go live, but I did. Hold on. Let me find the video we left off on. Geez, I've watched a million videos since then. All right. So I believe we were starting at August 11th. Am I correct? Yes. Chatting with Hawkins County residents. Now, let me go make sure there's no little videos prior to this. I'm not looking at chat, guys. You can see I'm over here moving around. But I'm all the way done with these people that come out here in secrecy. You know, it's not right. It's not right that you do this in a missing child's case. There should be zero secrecy when it comes to a missing child. I just want to make sure I left off on the right day here. Hold on. Ooh. One second, guys. These videos have changed around. Why? Because this was on the end. Okay. We watched that. Wait, maybe I'm... No. Okay, I'm wrong. Hold on. 1 second. We watched that. We watched that. We watched all this fortune teller, Juanita. Let me check the date on this one. August 3rd. We watched that. We watched that. Just give me 1 second here, guys. I'm almost there. Okay. So August 4th, he was on. It's a 1-minute video, so I'm just going to let it play. I'm still not looking at chat.
So this psychic walks into a bar. Just one other person in the bar, me. So the psychic gallops in, a big white horse, pulls the seat over next to me, orders a Zima. And the psychic takes a little sip of the Zima and looks at me and says, "Hey, I'm a psychic."
Benny, do you know they don't make Zima no more? I wish they did. I would love one right now with some blue Maui in it. Yes, that sounds delicious.
"I bet you $5 I can guess your birthday." I look at the psychic. I said, "I bet you $10 I can prove you're not a real psychic." The psychic thinks about it for a minute, takes another sissy sip of the Zima, looks back at me and says, "I'll take that bet." I said, "Okay, close your eyes." Psychic closes its eyes. I rear my right hand back. Bartender puts a little powder, baby powder, on my hand, and I slap the dog shit out of the psychic. Onto the floor he goes. Stands up, looks at me, says, "What was that for?" I said, "You owe me $10. Psychic says, "Why?" I said, "Because if you was a real one, you'd have seen that coming." Fuck you, man.
All right, that was kind of funny. Okay. August 4th.
There we go. You know what's so dangerous about what Chris M did? So, Chris M, he took a certain kind of formula that you do apply to social media in order to, extremely monetize your situation. Um, I would say that he's probably even got some sort of consultant that is assisting him, whether it even be just whether it be an ex YouTuber, a present YouTuber. I don't know. I don't know who it might be, right? But he's taken the game and he's applied it to this case. I don't know if this is his MO and this is the way that he handles and conducts business. I certainly hope not. But at any rate, you know, I went and visited Don's Facebook just a few minutes ago. And I hadn't done that in a while, 4 or 5 days or something. I don't know. And I stopped it 2 days back when all the references on all the posts, all the references were, even his name was in the post. And Don is supremely unhappy with the way that the interview room has handled the business. Again, we are given a place like YouTube to express our opinions and our voice. Some people, they choose to do it a different way. There's infinite possibilities in the way you can do this, but there's only one that's what you call the right way. Everything else is everything else is just what, a little less wrong, a little more right. I don't know, a little less right. I don't know what you call it. But for someone, I've heard it so many times, even if it's a negative video, it's still keeping Summer's name in the press. right? Yes. In the abstract world of the internet and social media, it does do that in its base form, but it's not doing it correctly, right? It's wrong on so many different levels. And so it's not that it's like a mute Chris situation, because there's a lot of people that thrive on feeling like they're getting all the details. I don't know. It's like, is this a representation of the way he handled business as a law enforcement agent? Let me answer that. He would say, no, it's not the way he conducts business when he was in law enforcement. I assure you, he's getting paid more now as a YouTuber doing what he's doing than he ever would make as a law enforcement official. I assure you. Now, that may not be, for a whole year or whatever. What I mean is what? Well, you've been outside. I'll be out in a minute. Cool. Sorry, my son. So yeah, 40 years experience. This is not the way. I'll answer that for you. That's where I was at. No, this isn't the way that you did it. So why the change, right? Why now is the investment so high to be engaged in it like this, right? So the relationship between a detective and the family.
This is just Chris M stuff. I just came back. Hold on. Sorry. Benny's kid was playing in the background. I'm going to skip this video. Okay. I'm going to skip the rest of it. Just because his baby's in there. Okay. That was this one. Now we're here. August 5th. And this is about Doug No Thanks Investigates, which, by the way, I watched his first interview today with Jody, Sue, and Josh. Yeah, we need to watch that, guys.
Good morning. Well, I had a unfortunate encounter last night with No Thanks. I want to tell you guys, man, he was my best friend. My picker is broke. My picker is broke. I'd like for you all to go over to Doug's last 3 videos. Give him a view. But also tell him that we're all praying for him. Sincerely. This is sort of a reoccurring trend for Doug. So, in all honesty, no all bullshit aside, no games, no playing. Doug needs some help. And if you guys are Doug's friends, then you will encourage him to get some help. You won't encourage him on to continue to make bad decisions. Like, I've been sent tons of screenshots of people encouraging Doug on. So, Doug, if you want to come to Dallas and you just want to have a fist fight, come on down. Won't be no problem. I'm 42. My last fist fight was 9 months ago.
I'm too old to be fighting still. But Doug, man, buddy, I got a lot of love for you, bro. And I just want you to get some help, dude, because I haven't looked at any of your videos until last night. And you don't even look like the same guy, bro. You're letting yourself go, dude. It's not a happy thing to watch, right? To watch someone in the grips, you know. Being a good human being and a good friend is like being clean. It's for free. You don't have to pay to be a good friend. You don't have to pay to be clean, right? So, unfortunately, in his intoxication, Doug threatened to harm my wife and my children. So, with that being said, I'm going to have to pursue charges. It's just the way it is. I'm sorry that, you let that bottle get you in trouble again on this internet. I don't know what it is with these guys wanting to threaten people's children when it comes time to try to express your machismo. Doug, is it going to make you feel good to whip a 3-year-old boy? He's 3 years old. Does it make you feel good to tell me you're going to hurt my son in front of me? Doug, man, come on, dude. Get some.
Did Doug really do that? Does anybody remember that? Because if he did that, that's some fucking bullshit. Although he started this off saying Doug was his best friend at one time. She should have taken your own advice, poor little man. Cotton Candy threatened to put my daughter on the dark web. Oh boy. I don't understand where all these threats come from and why people just can't get along for the common goal here, which is Summer. Keeping her name out there, her story out there, letting people know who they are. This has gone extremely too bad over here on these YouTube streets. The problem is it's the people who play the games in this, such as Lisa. 2 missing people from one family, and she's deeply involved in all of it. Lisa, I want you to grab a link. I pinned it. Let me send another one. Please, come talk to me, because it's time you start talking. I want to know how you made friends with all these people. There, she's here. Grab a link, Lisa. Please. All right, now shut the fucks ups. Be nice. But I would like Lisa to come up. Because, Lisa, you have insight. I don't think Lisa knows how to get on a dark web neither, although she might. We'll just wait and see if she grabs the link. I'm a paralegal. What have you done with your life? Well, I didn't say you wasn't a paralegal. And in my life, I've survived many traumas. I've been a nurse's aide, not for very long, because my son needed a heart transplant. So then I decided to stay home and be his mama, and I raised him, and I had to give 8 to 25 meds 2 times a day. daily doctor's appointments. I had to live at Children's Hospital for sometimes 7-8 months at a time. I've raised 3 beautiful children. I maintain a house. I take care of my husband. Just because you're a paralegal doesn't mean you're better than anybody. So please don't do that. I just think it's time that you come out here and tell us how you know these people. And why you're so involved, and how you got involved with Rose, and how you got involved with Summer, and why you were following Rose to Summer. I want to know, and I want to know what fucking state you're from. I'm not asking you for your address. I'm not asking you for your county. I'm not asking you for none of that, your phone number. All I want to know is what state you're from. Are you from Indiana, Lisa? I'm starting to feel like you are. Or Georgia? You don't have a Georgia accent.
No, bro. You're making bad decisions. You've got $10,000 to your whole name, and you want to bet. You want to put yourself homeless again to fight me for $10,000, dude. Fuck, bro. I'll fight you for free. I don't want to fight anyone. But if you need that kind of validation from me, all of this stuff is you seeking validation from another grown man. What do you need my validation for, bro? I validated you a long time ago. Just because I exited the situation doesn't mean that you're still not validated, bro. You're validated. But I'll tell you what, dude. Coming to Texas ain't gonna be like no exhibition wrestling match, bro. Coming to Texas is gonna be like coming to the Wild Wild West. Come on, man. You need to get up.
I have no clue if Tiffany went to bed crying on my mind. I don't really talk to her. I'm just trying to figure out what stake Lisa has here. My dog's crying. He's not allowed out in the yard tonight because he did something bad, and I have to move his dog chain. He jumped my neighbor's fence and got stuck, and we couldn't get him back over the fence. We had to let him go. He almost ran. It was a whole disaster. So you're going to hear him crying in the background, and I apologize. Oh, you need to apologize to TM? Hope it works out for you. All right. This is just about Doug, and it's almost done, so we're gonna go on. Oh, this dog. Okay, that was that one. So now we're here.
Good evening, YouTube. Good evening.
Also, August 5th. I'm gonna mute so you guys don't have to hear him whine.
Mr. Wells, I think what you need to do, and this is in all seriousness, and I'm going to get to a couple of you Dons here, okay? Don Wells, you know what would be really good, seeing how, I understand you wanting to keep a presence in the press. Sir, Mr. Don, do an interview with Chasing Truth. You should have done that at the beginning, sir. I'm not here to tell you what to do with yourself or your family or your tragedy. Do an interview with Chasing Truth. Please.
So he accuses Penny of being involved in Chasing Truth and all this marathon and scam and fake FBI and all this other shit, right? But at the beginning of Summer's case, he was really pushing for Dawn and Candace to get with chasing truth. Why is that, Benny? I'm gonna have to let this fucking dog out. If he gets stuck in a neighbor's yard, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
I implore you, I empower you to. The redeeming quality that I feel like you could get from you could have your real voice, Don, if you go see Chasing Truth. Go see about her, man. Please. You know? If you're gonna do any more videos, man, make that the next one or the last one. How about that? Don Buchanan. Sir, I don't even know who you are. I've only watched just about 5 minutes of one of your videos, sir. If you know where the fuck Summer Wells is at, why are you telling us? Why don't you just make a video when you got the little girl in your arms? To come here and to tell us you have something, or rather you know where something is that you can go get, and you're just telling us, man, what's that good for? What's that good for? If you know where she's at, bro, that's the biggest clickbait I think I've ever seen. Sir, that's not helpful. Mr. Buchanan, man. Shit, dude. I don't know, Don Buchanan. There's a lot of people saying a lot of things about you, sir. What is it you could be doing? Nothing positive, sir. This is no good. Man, I'm going to jump to conclusions and say that I don't even need to watch that whole video because I already know what it's about. Of course I know what it's about. Man, look here. From now on, if you're a man and you're a go-getter and a breadwinner, you don't tell people you know where some shit is at before you go and get it. You know where the fucking cucumbers and the tomatoes are in the world. They're at the fucking grocery store. Go get them. You don't have to tell folks you know where wheat bread is at. You just go get the wheat bread, right? Man, if you know where the fuck that little girl is, man, don't tell us shit, man. Just go get her. Fuck you mean.
August 6th.
Good evening, you two. You know, one of the things I hate, or hate's a strong word, one of the things I dislike about humans in general, are some humans are the ones that they live in the past. You know, they're always telling you about what they did back in 96 and, you know, and how it was. And
All right, Lisa, since you know who all these people are, how do you know who they are? That's what I want to know. And I think it's time, if you know who they are, for you to come out here and tell us who they are. I sent you a third link. I don't understand why you're in my chat saying shit like this, but you don't come up here and tell us who they are. Why even put that out there? If you know who they are, it's like you're trying to tease people, like, I know who they are. If you know who they are, then come out here and say it, because I don't believe that you do. I think you're full of shit, to be 100% honest with you. Crime on my mind. Benny is not allowed on the internet, and Tiffany, you would have to go to her channel or Tiffany Marie 2.0. Like, it's just time, Lisa. Come out. You know all this shit. You've been involved. You want people to think you're not involved in anything shady and you're just here to help kids and help missing people. Then you need to come out here and say what you know. Because it's enough. If you knew, man, if you knew things, we would have Summer, right? We would have Rose, not just Summer. I want to know why you're so involved in this family's life. It's weird.
In 93 and 87 and want to tell you how big they were doing it back then and now, you know, it's lackluster, right? You know, strange, but all day I've been thinking about what if, right? What if? See, I never wanted the weight or the responsibility of handling a deposition of the Wells. I just didn't feel like it was ever something.
What do you have to say sorry for Benny for? Maybe he's watching and he'll hear it. Like, that's just it. Everybody has to show proof but Lisa Kay. We're just supposed to go by everything she says. Lisa, I want to believe you. I think you're smart, but I don't understand. What do you mean you were working with Cathy? What do you mean she was doing research for you? Research for what? I'm going to go see something real quick. So, Michigan. Lisa, you're from Michigan? Because I'm looking at your page and that's what it says. Writer at Stray Threads blog, works at Happily Retired, former package car driver UPS, went to Chippewa Hills High School, studied at Grand Valley State University, studied at Davenport University, studied at Michigan University. So Michigan. She's from Michigan, guys. Just bear with me. No results found. I don't believe that's your real name, Lisa. Do you have a different name, Lisa? And why don't you have listed on there paralegal? Grand Rapids. She has lived in Ohio. She's lied to me. Westerville, Ohio. I knew I found her there. Um, that might not be her. Apparently, she has 2 relatives. Remus, Michigan. Stephen, your husband. Lisa. Let's look at him. There's nothing on your list about you or your husband being a paralegal. Just saying. All right. Bonnie Sue, Robert Bruce. Those would be in-laws, right? What's your maiden name, Lisa? It seems Lisa has had her information removed from Ben Verified. However, I'm going to write somebody who knows her husband. Let's see if they answer back. We'll find out what kind of human you are. Bill Hay something. We'll leave it at that. That's who I wrote, Lisa. Okay? Now, I'm done with her. We're done Ben verifying. I'm going to get back to Benny. She's obviously not going to grab a link. Who's been through hell? Who is she talking about? Whose life am I ruining today? Nobody said anything about Bennett. Knowledge, if you have proof, put it out, but don't make accusations like that. And Lisa, don't make accusations against Knowledge either. Please. Who is Bennett? Oh, but Lisa, this is about Summer, right? And you've watched everything Squall has done, and you've known her since the very beginning. So that tells me that you've been doing some fuck shit with her. What newspaper? Oh, I must have missed it. I'll have to come back and read the chat. But we're going to find out who Lisa is because whatever. Yeah, PM. Beth Ann, Squall is someone who very early on reached out to Candace and went to her house like week 1 of Summer being missing, saying she was bringing Candace crafts. She went up under a fake name. And she played a lot of games in Summer's case. And she's Lisa's friend. Lisa, you've nobody proved that you've told the truth. Everything you say, you've never shown proof for. I hate this. I hate that I'm sitting here right now arguing with you for proof. But it's time. You are involved in 2 missing people's cases in one family. When you tell me you're friends with the trolls and people who have played fuck shit in Summer's case, there is a problem. In my opinion. You've never proved to us that you haven't lied. You don't show anything. Nobody knows whether you're telling the truth or a lie. And if you're not going to come up on my panel and tell us the truth about shit, then just get the fuck out. Because I'm done with you and your fucking games. This is about a missing child. Please. It's time for you to quit playing games. If you know everything, you know who PG is. How would you know that unless you know her? Is she also from Minnesota? It just doesn't make sense. And I'm done. I'm going back to Benny. Because this is just as important.
Thing that was after, right? I'm certain I could have got it just as easy as anyone else, right? But I've been living in the what if all day, you know. I've seen a lot of these true crime channels being interviewed about this case. And you got to know that law enforcement watches, they're watching the news, they're watching the YouTube, they're watching everything, right? So all day, I've been in the what if. And that what if is, what if Don would have went to chasing truth first? What if they would have passed up Unmasked? What if they would have passed up, Jay is for Justice? What if they would have passed up all of them and went straight to chasing truth? What would it be like today? Huh? What would it look like today? Because I believe in my heart of hearts, the terrain that the Wells are currently navigating would look much different if they would have went to chasing truth first. So Why hide your sub count in the true crime community? I've been asked that.
Here's what I'm going to say, Diana Lynn. If that's true, then Lisa was involved in my lawsuits. Right?
Why? Well, um,
And it could also it would also put her damn it. It would also put her on the path to Linda. So Lisa, you talking to Linda? Guys, unless she's going to answer the questions, how she knows these people and who they are, please ignore her in my chat because this is important and we got to get back to Benny here so we can figure out, hi, Batgirl, how Tim and all this shit happened. The only thing I want from Lisa is for her to grab a link and start talking.
to take away all the moving pieces and the little things that people can look at and push, and like kids, right? So if you take away the buttons that they can look at and push, I take away my likes and dislikes, just because I don't want anyone to come. I mean, the likes and dislikes ratio are astronomical. So it's not as if what I'm trying to do is I'm not trying to have people come over and look at a video.
Then you need to come out with it. It's public knowledge. You're not doxing nobody. If she has a criminal record, it's in the public. Put it out. Put out who she is. You won't get in trouble, and it's not doxing. Criminal records are public.
Video that's factual and actual, but it's already got a 200 likes on it or 300 likes on it, because that's going to influence someone to make a decision that might not be their own, right? That's why I do it, right? I mean, it's why is it even pertinent, right? So I say that because I believe that Don probably I think that folks are attracted to the big numbers, right? And of course, when you're salacious in a way, part of being salacious for some creators, not even a remarkable number, but for some creators, they like to keep the sub count visible so that when they approach these victims, do you think Don knew anything about any of these people online before? Of course.
Lisa, yet we don't even know. I'm just going to leave Benny off. Listen. She says, I'm that good. There's no one I haven't been able to find. All right, Lisa. How did you find her then? What means did you use to find her? Because here's the thing, you're saying you never lied, you know who these people are, you're that good, yet you've never come out and shown any proof of anything. Her criminal record is public. It's not doxing when someone is public. Put her criminal record out. I don't know nothing about between knowledge and Lisa. My issue with Lisa is different. My issue with Lisa is the fact that I write her or she leaves me a comment. That's not Robin Lane. Okay, it might not be. I was being kind. I reached out to her. I sent her the PDF I found, hoping we could put our brains together, right? Then I tell her Ernie was on my panel while you were gone, and he said Kathy Marsh is the one that reached out to him for Dusty. Okay? She's going to go tell me, Kathy did not. Da, 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 da. You seem to know and talk to all the people that people have a problem with. And that's my problem. I think Lisa's intelligent. Okay? But I'm wondering, since these are the people Lisa's reaching out to, where does it say paralegal? Stray Threads blog, happily retired, former package car driver at UPS, and your schools. Let's go to your about. There's not one thing on here about you being a paralegal. Do you see it? Not one thing. It doesn't make sense. Everything's private. She has nothing on here. Like, you're so secretive. Where's your photos of missing Summer? Where's your photos of Rose? Damn it. Here's what she has. She posted about Rose in 2022. This is a group for Rosemary Bly. There's about 30 groups for Summer already. This is just in a group, not on her page. So she posts nothing about these missing people on her personal page. She doesn't share their face with people she knows. However, she's very, very into the groups, right? Rose's missing group. However, when you go to her page and search, the only thing that comes up is groups. Now, Lisa, if you really cared for Summer and Rose, why are you not sharing it on your regular Facebook like everybody else? Why is it just in groups? And now let's go down. In the first posting, like, there's nothing even prior to 2021. There's not one post about Rose prior to 2021. Would you like to tell me why? She has been married. I just looked her up. Unless it's a brother, Robert. Yes, lot. With Benny making all the weird videos, and I often wondered, was she the media manager or Tim? Lisa, it's just time you come out and said what you know, because it's strange. And I just looked you up, like you were married, or that's a brother. Okay, I don't see her writing no more. We're gonna go back to Benny. I have questions, Lisa. You don't even have to answer them here. Go to your page and answer them, but it's time you answer them. I'd like to know, have the police ever come and spoken to you? Because I think they should.
He didn't. He had no reason to. He had no reason to know who, Chris McDonough is, and J is for Justice, and Unmasked. He had no reason to know who those people were. And when he comes on, they're in the moment of their tragedy. He doesn't have time to kick tires and shop for the best online outlet. People are attracted to big numbers, right? So, he's approached by creators who sell snake oil, right? Like by reptiles that when they come to you, they shed their skin later on and they look different, right? So, Don, Candace, no more, no more. Don't give them any more to look at. Don't give them any more to talk about. Um, if I had a time machine, you'd be the first two people, your family be the first people I put in it, right? Like before myself. Like I would put you folks in it and just move you back and, um, you know, move you back armed with what you know now, right? So I don't want to say that TBI has allowed Summer to fall victim to the hillbilletry, um, but it's starting to look as if, right? Um, unless they've put together, a metropolitan style game plan to come through in the end, like a knight in shining armor, and that's what we all need them to do. We all need to see something that's going to correct, the consistent and contiguous um, feeling that TBI has squelched this. Um, it's you know I think that it's kind of safe to say that, with all the quietness and everything, that it's a lot of TBI and different law enforcement agencies that were involved in the initial search and pursuant um detective work. It was fumbled. It was led by cognitive bias. It was led by societal bias. It was led by financial barriers and bias. It was just thwarted from the beginning. And so I think that it's probably pretty safe to say that if you have, if you've got a Hawkins County law enforcement agency that's got a sort of I don't know, a piecemeal CB radios. Like they don't even have, they're working with old shit they've pieced together that's throwaway from other, essentially, right? Not that they've actually went somewhere and picked up shit that, you get it, right? I feel like sometimes there's YouTubers here that need to, oh, Benny, what county did they get it? I'm not saying I'm saying that it's shit. It's pieced together, right? There is no access to what looks like even, affordable health care or cellular service. I don't know what goes on in those neck of the woods necessarily, but I'm learning. I'm seeing, right, with my own two eyes. Um, so, what if, right? What if these people had someone that was genuine enough that they listened to, that they could jump out in the very beginning and say, "Hey,
Where was you guys again? I need to find a fun chat. I really do. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everybody who came over. This was an impromptu live because Lisa pissed me off in Messenger. And I really don't mean to be rude. If she has this wealth of knowledge, then she needs to just come out with it. But since I'm here and I'm drinking coffee and I slept till God knows what time today, I guess this is going to be an all-nighter. I see Jody Sue. Aw, thank you, Luca. I see Jody Sue's been on all damn day. All day. Nonstop. I didn't really go listen, but I seen she had enhanced. These people, man. Who did what? You know, Lisa, if you're still listening, you just make yourself look guilty. And you say, I've never lied, I never lied, but you never proven anything to be true either. And it's worrisome. You're from Michigan, you have no ties to Wisconsin, and you're so involved in Rose's case and Summers. Who else's cases are you involved in? Because if you follow missing people, I know you've told me you've gone to these things for Rose every year or whatever they do, conferences for missing people. Why are you going to those? How did you get so involved? Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm coughing really bad because I had a cold. I told you guys that I wasn't feeling good the other day. Last night, I decided to do a breathing treatment and it knocked everything out of my lungs, and now I'm dying. So, yeah, listen, I think he's been looked into. I don't think there's anything we can prove for him. He lived with Jody Sue up until going to the military. I've had many conversations with Jody Sue. He definitely did going to the military. He is a National Guard. Um, there's really not much to look into about him, except for was he on the hill the day Summer went missing? Jody claims he was outside moving pools. She woke up at 2:30. I watched something really interesting with Doug and Josh and Jody Sue today, and I think tomorrow I'm not going to come back to Benny, but I would like to go over that live with Doug, Jody Sue, and Josh. How old is this on BK? Well, this is August 6th, which I didn't give the date of that video. August 6th, 2021. We've gone back to his old channel and I've just been going over all his content. So for those that are new here, what we have discovered is, so far, Benny was involved in hiring of the nonprofit We Can Bring You Hope. If you go back and listen to previous lives, you'll hear it. I think so far, that's all we found. except for him pushing Cher's channel and Chasing Truth's channel quite a bit. Oh, you going to sleep, Jill? Aw. Well, you get some sleep, honey. Okay? Get some rest. I slept all damn day. All right. Well, let's just put Benny back on because Ziggy said she would change the title but didn't. I don't know what that JSB has probably been on for hours because Ziggy questioned her. Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably. But he definitely went to the military. And Ziggy's, man, I just caught a little bit of her last night. She's so outrageous. All of these people are. I don't understand why so many are playing games from Summer's community and from previous missing person cases involved with the family. I don't understand why so many people went up on that hill. They have caused confusion. Tons of it. Money, little Dev, it has to be. You're right. But Squall, she didn't have a channel previous to Summer. Fred, he was just an old meth monkey living down the holler. Scott, he didn't have a channel previous to Summer that he went live on. Why do they all come out with this case? The locals. Now, the regular creators, we know the fuck shit they do. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of been there for years. But the locals? And then you got people like Lisa Kay playing games with them. She was involved in Rose's case deeply. That's troublesome. When she goes on to say, Kathy Marsh is my friend. I know who Squall is. She was so sticking up for Squall at the beginning of this. Now she doesn't. It's Squall has a criminal record and I know everything about everybody. Luca, it's Jody Sue's son. Yeah, Beth Ann. I followed cases, but I've never been a YouTuber prior to Summer. It's rough. It's rough. I've learned a lot going through this. And yeah, sometimes I pop off at the mouth and I call people out and I make a lot of times I make mistakes. I just made one yesterday. Yeah, it's Boog. That's what we'll call him. Call him Boog in my chat, please, guys. I don't know. This is just crazy. But Lisa left. It's calming down. I'm going to put Benny back on. Could be little Dev, but I just see, man, I just don't understand if these people care so much for this missing girl. Why they would want to come out and cause confusion and bring other people in and have their people that can afford it file lawsuits on people and try to take people off the internet. I mean, it just doesn't, I don't know. Not everybody local's bad. I think I've watched your channel plenty of. I think I like your channel actually. You think that's what it is? This is just insanity. All right, back to Benny. It's calmed down. I want to get to his live with Squall. So we're on the 6th right now. The live is on the 11th, and that's the next live he has. I don't know if he goes blank for a couple days, but he was making little videos and putting them out. So I didn't check the dates on the videos, just the lives, I think.
Stop. Don't do it. Go this way. Go see Chasing Truth and see about someone that can really give you, you know, give you that place, that comfortable, soft place for you, safe place for you to tell your story, if that's what you decide to do. Although I don't think that that should have even been an option before. Although it was made an option to them, they they seized the opportunity, um, and I think that that in itself shows that they kind of platform hopped, people that you want to say, right, people that are innocent, they don't platform hop and tell their story to a bunch of people. They hide in the closet, right? Now, that's not relative to any other case anywhere, just this one here. So, I'm saddened today. I'm exhausted. My legs hurt. My body hurts. Um, everything is just, it is what it is, you know. Um, and so, yeah, today I think it's okay. It's been healthy for me to kind of visit the what if, because I I guess strangely I knowing that
And just know, guys, I'm grumpy today. I didn't fall asleep till 9 o'clock this morning. So stupid. My husband works nights, for those of you that are new here, so I'm up all night all the time, right? But then I have a friend knocking on the door at 5 o'clock, and I wasn't prepared for company. And I hate to say this, but they wouldn't leave. And I wanted to go live so much earlier. I was unable to set up and get ready, so I'm kind of out of sorts here tonight, and I apologize. You woke up at 4:44. That's probably about the time I got up. Yes, knowledge. When I put the video back on, I'll go look. Quiltier. She is a quilter. Yeah, get some rest, Jill. Good night, honey. All right. Let's put Benny back on, and I'm going to go look at Knowledge's post while it plays.
there's someone like Chasing Truth out there for the next person. Um, when we as creators don't want the weight of I don't want the weight. Don't come to me asking for no interviews or any of that, because I'm not polluting no jury pool with those people's testimonies. I'm not going to do it. I don't trust TBI, because I don't know anything about their track record. It seems like they got an awful lot going on there. They've got, what, 15 kids on the books there, and it's a dire situation. Tennessee seems to be having a little bit of an issue keeping count of all the kids they got. So um, now, in regards to the gentleman that
All right. I'm on Ro's page. Ro, I can't see the. Hold on. It doesn't let me click to see the whole picture. Discovering the truth because I found the obit. 2 kids Ro claims died. She's not their mother. She mentions then quit, and obits are great, so info she uses the last. All right, you and Lisa can have it out about that. Yeah, I will knowledge. I'll look at it when I get a chance. But I'm gonna go back to Benny because this is ridiculous. I just don't understand what Lisa's deal was here. I don't know why she's friends with the people she's friends with. Like, I mean, I get it. If someone's nice to you and you want to be friends with somebody, but I don't know why she holds such secrets when it comes to Summer's case, and then she's playing with people that, man, I'm telling you, that Kathy Marsh trolled the fuck out of me. Crazily. Was that at Lisa's request?
The 6 minute walk away that's got some stuff going on in promotion of child sex stuff. Um, a lot of people have been emailing me asking me to say something, and I'm just not going to say anything about it.
Ro, it isn't that I don't want to fight for you, and I'm not saying what you're not showing is true, and yeah, that's proof. Although we can't see the whole thing, and I like you, and I like Lady R, and I like Heather. I just don't want involved in people's fights. I wish so badly that you can understand what I've been through on here. And I cause my own fights. And I know that. Like right now with Lisa. You know what I mean? I just, it's not good for another creator and it's not good for me if I get involved in everybody's fights. You know what I mean? It's not that I don't like nobody. That's why I try to be, I try. I fail sometimes, okay? But I try to be unbiased over here. And I just don't want involved in other people's shit. But Lisa, she showed her proof is that I just want everybody to stop fighting. And I wish Lisa would come up here, grab a link, and just be honest. Part of the reason all of these problems happen is because people aren't honest. For instance, I'm searching in a squall. Part of the reason I'm searching in the squall is because people like Lisa come out here and say, oh, her criminal record. People like Cathy, the friend, oh, you should know what she did to her children. So then that gets you thinking, like, did she harm children when people are saying she's harming children? But then these people are coming out here and saying, but I won't tell you who she is. Yeah. It's hard, you know? It's just hard. It's hard to come on here and be a YouTube creator. However, I love it. I love coming out here and putting Summer's face out there. And for the people that are wanting to spread awareness for Summer and show her face and talk about it and keep her name alive, that's what I want in my chat. You know? Just crazy. I don't know. But I am going to get back. Lisa's popping in and out. She's obviously listened. She is, thank you, Luca. She's perfectly able to grab the link. They're both starred. Oh, Phoebe, why didn't I see that? You didn't have to do that. And it's starred. Holy shit. Sorry, baby. Thank you. I didn't even see that. Phoebe, thank you. Oh, Lady R, I was just saying I don't want involved in nobody's problems, and you and Ro got issues, and I just tend to stay out of it. I wasn't saying nothing bad. It's because I like her, you know? And I like Heather, and I like knowledge. I just don't want involved in everybody's shit. I think everybody, hey, Sin. I just think it's time people come together, and if they know something, that they come out and they let it out. You know? I don't like these games Lisa's playing. I don't like that she gets on there and she acts secretive and quiet, and then you find out, oh, that's my friend. They wouldn't do nothing. When another creator's saying, oh, they met with Dusty. Yeah, go sip, not you. Good. Yay, we're all happy today, right? Except for me. Yes, Moon Angel, you can come up. Aw, thank you, Jill. You're supposed to be getting some sleep, lady. Here, I'll send another link so you don't gotta scroll. No, she never has. Lady Orr's been good, really good with keeping it out of my chat, and that's all, Ro. That's all I'm trying to say. I just don't want everybody else's drama. This has been a fight, you know? It's been a struggle to stay on YouTube. Just show me your face, Moon Angel, before you come up, if that's okay. I won't put it out there. Well, we need you here in chat. All right, I'm going to go back to Benny till she grabs the link.
Because that part of it isn't for me to talk about, right? I'm not going to make a victim out of this man because he's got a past. Okay, so he appears to be a bad guy. You know, I don't know his situation. I don't know if he's currently incarcerated or if he's in the free world. If he's in the free world, then he met someone's standard for rehabilitation, right? Who am I? Who are we, right? Does that mean that we need?
Okay, so someone come on with a different name. I don't know if that's the same person. Can you show me your face, please? All right. I'm letting you up. Go ahead, turn your camera off. Okay. Hello.
Hello. I just want to say something, and I want everybody to hear me.
Okay.
So everybody seems to know something but tells nothing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it keep the money rolling?
Well, it keeps the money rolling, and it also keeps the drama going, and
Exactly.
theories and fights, and
That's what I'm saying, and it's really starting to piss me off because, like, look, freaking tell, it's a child. She's a child and she deserves it. It's bullshit that these people are playing these games with her existence or her life. It ain't right.
right.
Does anybody have a conscience? Does anybody have empathy?
Well, it bothers me. Like my thing with Lisa right
And
now.
the thing is, what would Jesus do? What would God do? God would want somebody to tell where this child is if they know. Quit playing games and just tell. I mean, all this secret bullshit is wrong.
Yeah, I agree. And that's like part of what got me where I was, because of secret Google Meets made by creators, and a sleeping Penny, and a Scott 8 showing his face for the first time. And
Exactly.
it's
all
me,
drama that they're making money off of her.
Mm-hmm.
And it ain't right. She was a 5-year-old child that didn't deserve any of this. She didn't deserve 3 years of being gone and nobody telling where she's at if they know where she's at. If you don't know, keep your fucking mouth shut. Plain and simple. Quit running a lie.
Okay, let me say something to Cursed real quick. Cursed, I don't believe Lisa knows where Summer is, but I do have questions.
I don't either, but she's one of the ones that run through the community acting like she knows everything. She don't know jack fucking shit. She ain't no fucking paralegal. None of that. She's lying. And I don't care what she says. She's not a paralegal. And I know for a fact she looks people up and tries to destroy them. and their
Well,
lives.
she said she does.
Try finding me, bitch, because you won't.
She pretty much has said that she has looked everybody up and she knows who everybody is. So I don't know, but I don't know, Kirst, if you're just coming in. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the Ernie stuff on my panel, but why I came live tonight.
It's freaking sickening that they're playing with this little girl's life. It ain't right. Or
Yeah.
any other child in the community. Sebastian, it's turning into a circus.
Hey, hon, can you do me one favor? I just want to play these, and she left me 2 more voice messages. So I just want to play these real quick so that the people that are just coming in know why I went live and why I'm talking
Okay,
about this right
I'll
now.
drop off. I've said what I have to say, because if I keep going, I'm getting heated as the moment goes on. And I don't do this.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you coming up. You don't have to drop off. I just want to play these real quick for the people that are just coming in and why I went live with this. Okay?
Okay.
So you're welcome to stay. Just mute your mic for 1 second. Well, a couple minutes. Okay.
Leave Kathy Marsh alone. I'm serious. She's a friend of mine. She has nothing to do with this. She's helped me out, checking out some stuff. She has nothing to do with this. Absolutely nothing. And Bed Crime Stories and Carl both did videos about her, and I had them both take them down. I told Bed Crime Stories she needs to apologize, but she never did. But Carl took his down too, because I proved that she has nothing to do with this. She's not the Cathy that called Dusty, and she's not the Cathy that Candace stayed with. She has nothing to do with this. She doesn't have anything to do with this. And Tennessee Truth and Chicken on a Stick, who I don't even know and never listened to, those people all think she's someone that she's not too. She doesn't know any of those people. She doesn't have anything to do with this. And Tennessee Truth and Chicken on a Stick, I didn't know anybody in Don's area before Summer went missing. I still don't know anyone in Don's area or anyone that has anything to do with them. For crying out loud. All I know is a bunch of people from Grantsburg that were friends with Candace and Jeannie and Rose, because I'm working on that case. Otherwise, I wouldn't know anybody from anything. This
Lisa, what do you mean you're working on that case? Like the cops working on it or like a YouTuber working on it? Because you're retired. What do you mean you're working on that case? All right, hold on.
is the wrong Kathy. I try to help you out like I did with Squall. Remember you said she was Becca Crawford forever and you wouldn't listen to me. I try to help you out. You're on the wrong Robin Lane. That's not Robin Lane. It's seriously not. And this is not the right Kathy. She doesn't have anything to do with all these people. You're missing the person that does have something to do with all these people. And it amazes me. I didn't know anybody in Don's area before Summer went missing. I get triple confirmation before I believe anything. And I have these people locked down. And I also know who Prayer Garden is. I just got confirmation 100%. And I am going to out her because she's a bitch. Hi. So
This is when Lisa and I first started talking. This was in 2022, I believe. I said the date before. April 20th, 2022. And this was about Squall.
Candace was in the carnival, and after she left Andrew and gave up her kids in Wisconsin, Mike's Magical Midway or something. I know the name of the carnival. And then she traveled around and ended up stranded in Missouri. So I'm not sure how, but possibly she got let go. I really don't know, but that's what she said, stranded in Missouri. And Candy and Val were managing a motel in Arkansas. So Candy went and rescued Candace and brought her to the motel to stay. And Candy was already friends with Don's sisters. So they were the ones that introduced Don and Candace. And the rest is history. Of course, she had a baby in there. Oh, I'm always nervous when it's a planned interview, too. Usually I'm just in chat and people want me to go up on panels, so it's kind of a spur of the moment thing, but yeah, we'll do fine. Do you have questions planned, or are you just going to go by ear? I don't want to talk too much about Jeannie. I will say, where she was and how she had an alibi, and how she's worked to try to this whole time to try to find Rose, but I'm not going to talk about her background or her family. Jeannie does not want to be talked about. No, Jeannie is Rose's sister. Rose and Candace's sister, Jeannie. Yeah, I'm not sure if it was Don's sisters or stepsisters, but I don't think Don's sisters have ever left Utah, so it had to be stepsisters. Hmm. Yeah, I can't stand all that infighting and backstabbing either. And the fights. And I was on prayer guard last night, and she just started swearing and going off on people, and I couldn't get a word in edgewise to say goodbye. I don't like all that either. People are so nasty in this case. I mean, it's really brought out the ugly side of a lot of people. Oh, people will come to watch, and they'll come to heckle me. I seem to attract the wackies. I don't know why. People claim to want information, and I have it, and then they feel like they want to attack me. Who do they want the information from? A YouTuber that doesn't know anyone? I don't get it. Oh, people will come to watch, and they'll come to heckle me. I seem to attract the wackies. I don't know why. People claim to want information, and I have it, and then they... Oh, I'm always...
There was something in there about Squall. I don't know where it went, but I played it at the beginning of my live if you go back and listen. Candy lies, that's all I'm going to say. And I've known who Squall is since the start. Why are you going to do this to her? It seems like a vendetta. No, that's not her. So she's sticking up for Squall. Lisa. This picture Cathy has used in Summer's case on YouTube. This is 100% the Kathy Marsh that is involved in Summer's case. Okay? It's public knowledge. What did you want to hear again, lady, or which one? Like, I really don't mean to come out here and attack Lisa. I've had Lisa on my panel 10,000 times. I like Lisa as a person. You can come back on. But I don't like how she holds these secrets and sticks up for these people who have played a lot of games in Summer's case. If you know what I'm saying. She does work hard to keep Summer's name out there. Prayer Garden works hard to keep Summer's name out there. All of us do.
I'm going to drop down because apparently there's people in the chat that don't like my voice, so I'll drop down.
Oh, don't. Who said they don't like your voice?
Sip and tea conspiracy, or to go sip and tea. I don't know.
Okay, guys, let's not make fun of people's voices. Yes, she works at Eastman.
But what I'm saying is true. I mean, it's all, they know stuff, but they won't say nothing. It's like an endless cycle, and it's bullshit.
It is, and it's hard, and it's like, like Lisa says, I don't lie. Okay, well, if you didn't lie, then come out here and tell the truth. She says, I've proved everything. She really doesn't show receipts.
And she says she knows Dawn and Candace like she's up on the hill all the time. But she don't know. She admitted that in the call. The voice over you played. That all she really knew was about Rose.
Okay.
So why does she act like she was up on the hill with them and she knows every detail?
Yeah, right. All right, Lady Orr wants me to play these again. I think these are the ones she wants me to play, so I'm just going to let them play real quick.
But I'm going to drop down.
Leave Kathy
Okay, thank you for coming up.
You're welcome.
Marsh alone. I'm Kathy Marsh alone. I'm serious. She's a friend of mine. She has nothing to do with this. She's helped me out, checking out some stuff. She has nothing to do with this. Absolutely nothing. And Bed Crime Stories and Carl both did videos about her, and I had them both take them down. I told Bed Crime Stories she needs to apologize, but she never did. But Carl took his down too, because I proved that she has nothing to do with this. She's not the Kathy that called Dusty, and she's not the Kathy that Candace stayed with. She has nothing to do with this. She doesn't have anything to do with this. And Tennessee Truth and Chicken on a Stick, who I don't even know and never listened to, those people all think she's someone that she's not too. She doesn't know any of those people.
Okay, so everybody heard it. Did you see what she said? She says it wasn't your voice, honey. It was Lisa K. I'm waiting for Lady Orr's thoughts. All right, I'm going to go back to Benny here. Kind of covering two things here. I'm confusing myself. Okay.
Need to keep an eye on him and potentially run a very covert investigation on the guy? Of course. Do I want to believe that TBI is insatiably, excuse me, I'm tired, insatiably interrogated this man? Maybe interrogating him now as we speak, yeah. But, I'm not here to start making suspects. That's not what my work is. I don't do police work, right? That's not for me to do. Not to say that I haven't ever tried. Of course I have. I know that I can do that sort of work in my own community in real time, but on here you can't play detective. On here, look at Chris M. He's going to throw away 40 years of respectable law enforcement, whatever, accolade, for this silly shit on here, right? So you got to pick a side. You got to pick a way. Got to make a choice. And that's not to say that creators that have crossed over into the victim blaming and then come back with a full understanding of what they've done. Not to say that those people wouldn't be welcome back. I'm not the welcoming party. I don't tell people who can come or stay or go. All I do is tell people, hey, man, you got that fucked up, right? There also comes that point where you can try to be helpful and give your advice, and if people don't want to take your advice, do you keep giving it? I don't know. You could, but what you must do is keep that advice available for when they do ask for it, right? You offer it. If no one wants, if they don't want to take hold, you don't give up on them because they don't want to do it your way, right? You just, you hang there and you support like a real human being, a good human being should, and you wait. And if they reach out to you for advice at some point, you give it to them, right? You don't become malicious because you didn't get your YouTube click off of this, that, or the third. And then when they come back around, well, you're going to show them, right? That's the attitude out here. And you just can't, you can't do much with it. I know that a lot of these creators don't have real full lives. There just isn't enough time to ride the fence with all the crazy bullshit that, and all the time it takes to think and perpetrate and manifest these things online. Those hours are very unconducive to family life and to, doing the girlfriend thing, doing the kid thing. Like, you can't be no crazy fucking South African conspiratorialist, conspiracist, and have just this awesome, full life with everything that, everyone deserves. Not when you ride the, who these people are online is who they are in real life, right? Druggies, drunks, liars, thieves, extortionists, racketeers, in real life. And then just plain liars, right? So that's my sermon for the evening, guys. Church. I love all you guys individually. And remember, the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence. Guys, if you're not subscribed, think about it. I have a membership, 2-tier. But hey, if you love me or hate me, hit the like button. Put it in the algorithm, right? We're not doing... Good afternoon, good evening.
August 7th. I'm assuming Benny's still in Colorado, right? That's where he was last night. She still has a channel, Gossip, but she removed all of her content, which is so weird because she had like one live up against me for 2 years, and then all of a sudden she removed it. I kind of wish she'd come out of the woodwork and just grab a link right here and start spilling the shit she knows. For real, for real. Thank you, Lady R. I'm going to go look at it in 1 minute. I'm going to play him and go look. Yeah, maybe you can explain to Beth Ann who they are.
YouTube. Let's start right off and get to the point. Chris McDonough. I think that's how you say it. We'll just call you Mr. Interview Room. You know, I really liked, sir, how in the beginning you made Candace look very personable. Although you did kind of bring her through the emotions, right? You split it into a part 2 and really just built up the dramatization, right? You really were instrumental, I thought. And I really applauded you, sir. You were very instrumental in turning.
So I'm going to read this. This is from Squall to Lady R. September 10th, 2023. All the things local Lisa knows came from Kathy Marsh, September 10th, 2023. And Kathy Marsh lives in Kingsport. Brags about living in Kingsport, September 10th, 2023. I told ya she was friends with Kathy Marsh, September 10th, 2023. Thank you, Lady R.
Turning over the way the public perception was in regards to Candace. But I'll tell you what you do, sir, with what you're doing now is you put Candace right back in the grease, right? Because there's just no good way you can go after Don like you are, killing the puppy in the shed and all this other BS. There's just no good way that you can now flip the script on Don and try to keep Candace out the grease, sir. There's just no way. Now, on the flip side of that, I know that probably with, these videos dropping out with, 140, 160, 190,000 views, that certainly, I'm not going to say can skew the way that you look at these things. I will say it has skewed the way that you look at these things, sir. And in fact, I'm pretty disappointed to even be a part of a community with someone like you who
Actually, truth hurts? No. According to Jody Sue, Candace reached out to Jody Sue on a video call and asked her to do the interview with Squall. Jody Sue also states that Squall was on the hill prior to Summer going missing. Yeah, that's the one I showed. She's the one. Yeah, well, she's the one that came out and was talking about Frank and said he was a suspect. And I believe that. I'm on terms with her. However, for those of you that are new here, the reason why I was attacked was because I said I don't believe Squall's story. I just don't about him. Her involvement up on that hill and how fast she went up there and the game she played and the lies she put out and her disappearing and coming back in private Discord game servers. Like there's just a lot with her. She still has, hold on. And she actually had 2 channels. What was the name? Squall Treats or something? I'm going to have to go look and see if that channel's still. But she has removed all of her content except for community posts where she still posts stuff. I don't know if she has me blocked. I'm leaving her a comment. I don't know if she'll see it. No, I'm blocked. Because I can't even see it. But it says there's a comment there. Squall teats. That's it. Squall titties. Last time I checked that one, she just had Jody Sue videos. And her channel's gone. She got rid of it. So yeah, there's that. Oh, she changed it. Squirrel titties. Let's try that. Yeah, I would say she took that channel down. Treed squirrel. Who's this? Well, that ain't her. So it appears her. Shut up, lady. Sorry, I don't really mean that. Good video, lady. That is Treed's Squirrel 1969. Okay. So her channel's gone. Yeah, she had all Jody Sue's earlier vids. Jody says she stole them, but they were friends and Lady R. Mountain Dew. I wish I could drink Mountain Dew. I'd die. My husband loves that shit. All the flavors, too. It has to be every single one of them. Every day it's a new one. All right. Back to Benny because we're getting the squall titties from Benny. Squill titties. Teats. Has she? Too many of them, Beth Ann. And it's hard to like keep up with all of them. That's why we've been taking a blast from the past to try to figure out where the hell shit went wrong. Yeah, it could be held for review knowledge. You're right. I don't believe that's her. Woo woo. Let them. You think I'm scared of Benny? I'm not. Oh, good night, Molly. Thanks for being here. Yeah, she probably did, Lady or. Yeah, it's a fake. It's a troll. I'm so frightened by Benny Keys. Let's run. I mean, he is a known woman abuser, right? Bye bye. Here, we'll just leave them there. I'll just leave them there. Let's go listen to Benny.
Who's doing everything except what law enforcement would do. It's really a sad testament to the clout bug. Because at this point, Chris, what you're doing hasn't been helpful in a couple of few weeks, sir. Not only that, but you've given the forum to Don's sister and niece to come on and slander people with absolutely zero evidence, no jury, no judge, just an ex-puny detective, right? I've also heard a little bit, sir, that you've kind of changed your persona a little bit, getting a little aggressive, huh? Sounds like you got a troll out of Nevada that you've been doing some counter surveillance on. With the talk about IP addresses, and you do know, sir, to fool with people's IP addresses is illegal, right? You know that, right, Mr. Detective?
Okay, Benny, if you ever come back out, I'd like to know how you know Chris McDonough was fooling with IP addresses because, yeah, we all know the history of IP addresses around here.
If you know somebody's shoe size, what are you planning on doing with his shoe size? Sorry, the camera cut out. I wear an 11.5. I'm sure you can find my address.
Act right, I already have. Me and Benny's been at it for a couple years. I always win. He made it a competition. You'd have to go back and watch all my videos. It's a long history.
Do me like that, tough guy. Tell me my IP address. Tell me my shoe ain't 11.5. You're such a tough guy, man. Right? Such a tough guy that you are going to absolutely destroy any chance that anyone be brought to justice, Chris. You are not an internet fucking superstar detective. You are a washed up little man running around here threatening folks because you're a reptile. You're a reptile, Chris. You're a fucking reptile. Yeah. Not even the kind that's helpful. Like to get the little woodland prairie animals away from your fucking crops and shit. You're just a fucking grass snake. You slither in the grass, man. And there ain't a lawnmower in the world sharp enough to cut the grass low enough to see a snake like Chris. Man, let me tell you what. You play tough guy all you want. You're about 30 years removed from that, my friend. Keep playing around on this internet. Somebody's going to grab up your numbers too. And probably whoever grabs up your numbers ain't going to be no fucking standout YouTuber. It's going to be some derelict that you don't even know what they look like, Chris. See, Chris is what you call a paid expert, right? At this point, what does that mean, Benny? Paid expert. What does that mean? Well, that means whoever comes with the money first, whether it be a dirty, nasty suspect or a dirty, nasty prosecutor, whoever pays first, Chris is going to dance with the people that brought him. Ain't that right, Chris? You got no vested interest in any of this shit except your wallet and your pocketbook. I see all that foolery you got in the back in your camper and shit, right? Your little red string diagram, right? Bro, you're the biggest fraud out here, right? You want me to tell you why? I'll tell you why, even if you don't want to fucking know. How many other police you see on here doing this same bullshit you're doing? Just a few. And the other ones are idiots like you too. Duty Ron? Oh man, that man couldn't slap his ass with either hand. But at least he doesn't do the shit you do. Ron's a stand-up guy in the effect that, he's not going to do the shit you do. Fuck you mean? Good.
August 7th, and this one's about Cher. Yeah, Nanya, that's where I stand with him. That's exactly it. No, she ain't Penny. I've seen both. Slop. I promise she's not Penny. I mean, you could look unless you have something else that says she is, but I've seen both. Lizzie has blonde hair and she's chubby, and Penny is Hispanic looking with brown hair. However, it doesn't mean they don't know each other, right? All right, so let's see. This one's called God Bless Voices Behind the Walls. You guys are the Cat's Meow, and this was August 7th, 2021.
Good evening. I had the opportunity to catch Voices Behind the Wall. They're live. It just concluded right now. Tell you what, that's a real classy outfit. They just are. I feel like they're doing the same work that we all should be doing, right? I don't even know, like I some kind of way I've been kept compartmentalized away from those folks, because when I go over and I evaluate their community, their little edge of the community, oh man, they're doing amazing stuff. They really are. I just caught only one live, and there really is, they have an affinity for keeping trying to keep things with no bias. And I'm really appreciative that they have an open line with Don and Candace, because without their contribution, this whole thing would be a whole lot sadder. So, Mr. Mark and the folks over at Voices Behind the Wall, man, I dig what you guys are doing, man. Keep on doing it. Amen to y'all. Good afternoon.
Okay, we're on August 8th. This one is, oh, thank you guys. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. Even though I came out here moody. This one's 14 minutes long. I'm gonna run in the kitchen and go to the bathroom as well, real quick. The bathroom ain't in the kitchen, but I gotta go in the kitchen and grab some more water and run to the bathroom. But I'm gonna let this play. I'll be right back. And thank you guys for being here and liking my video, my live.
New YouTube. Something interesting was brought to my attention. It was a comment that Allie screamed at Candace during a parade. She screamed, "Ha ha, they got your child." So I initially just took that and ran and made it a video previous to this, and it was out of my character, so no one will see it. To me, kind of at this point, it doesn't matter what Allie says, or rather has said, when you when you follow it up with something like, "Hey, haha, they got your kid." Now, when I asked myself, "Haha, they got your kid," to me, they, in that scenario, they sounds like she's describing someone that they both know. Like, they would be the police, they would be CPS, for instance, right? I'm just correlating the word they to people that are familiar to two parties. There, that's a good way to say it. So she says, "Haha, they got your kids." To me, what that actually, what that boils down to is that I believe Allie has a hunch. I believe that if Allie ever told you, I mean, it's not like Allie lives in Oregon, right? She lives right there. She knows all the same people, right? So if Allie ever were to tell someone she didn't have a theory or an inkling or whatever, she's a liar. So also based upon proximity of, where they live by each other, it's very safe to say, in my opinion, that Allie has a hunch, or she may even know. Let's also bring into account that they've kept H's phone far longer than they kept anybody else's, right? What's up with that? Well, to be fair, potentially he had way more data in his phone that they needed to comb through. That's a nice way of saying it. I don't think that's it. I don't think that boy had such a sophisticated phone that could hold all that shit that would warrant keeping his phone longer. So really shame on Allie. Again, that is the most distasteful thing I think someone could say to someone else, period, in life. Not just in life, but right when the tragedy is fresh, right? Let me tell you this. It's not like, imagine this. Imagine if someone came to you and said, oh yeah, Robin, the Sunday school teacher gal, whatever she is, she said, ha ha, they got your kids to Candace at the parade. You'd have to stop. And you'd have to really play that out in your mind. If you're intelligent on YouTube, you'd have to stop and play that out in your mind and try to make that make sense. You just couldn't, could you? You could never believe that Robin would say that, right? But you could believe Allie would say it and has said it. And that there are more people there were lots of people there that heard her say that. So I don't know. It's such a frustrating thing because when you trek through this, trying to do it the way we should do it, you do find people that stick out like Allie. And it's such a fine line that you have to trek between exposing things that are going on and actually making a victim out of someone. And no one's perfect. I'm human. I'm very human. There are a lot of people on YouTube that are inhumane, but I'm very human. I'm very human, and I am subject to make mistakes. I am subject to comment on something incorrectly or in the incorrect light. I am capable of all the things everyone else is capable of. I just try to limit. I try to really limit what kind of stuff I can put on here because it's never going to be about Don and Candace. It's always going to be about someone else involved in the case that's doing something else that's going to make it impossible to get justice. People keep saying, oh, Benny, you're jealous of Chris. Man, what do I have to be jealous of? I have my youth. Why would I want to be that man? That is insane. I want to be no one else but me. I'm not going to enjoy a retirement off the back of some little girl who's missing her 3 brothers and her mom and dad. I am not jealous of a damn thing. People say, oh, people that are angry are jealous people. So do you mean to tell me that every single UFC fight or every single street fight or every single, boxing match you've ever watched, those are two jealous men going at each other to the death? That's insane. People that are pissed off are angry. And I get pissed off every single day, man. This YouTube is the source of immense stress. When you're empathetic, when you're an empath, it is reaching impossibility to come here and not be subjected to the pressures of wanting to victim bash someone into the ground. I'm going to switch gears now. So Don and his sister, there's a lot of hubbub going on around about that. So from what I understand, there's 3 years difference. I shouldn't even be talking about this, but I'm going to clear it up because of the understanding I have, right? If she says it started when she was 5, they're 3 years apart. He's the elder. That makes him 8. There aren't a lot of 8-year-olds running around involved in that type of activity. Hooah, right? So at 8, if someone is perpetrating those kinds of activities, at 8, it's safe to say that those activities were perpetrated on him, right? So in this,
And with that, I would agree if Dawn was 8, but Dawn was 13, not 8, Benny. Mm-hmm. Yep, into the darkest places, Lady R. So, yeah.
this weird, it's not even weird in the psychological world of science, right? He only would have been playing out what he thought was normal that was being done to him. At 8 years old, you have you cannot fathom sex at 8 years old. And there's going to be people in here that say, oh, yeah, you can't fathom the mechanics of sex at 8 years old. If you can, it's because you've been shown. Sorry, the camera cut out again. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I've thought about it a lot of times deeply too. And I'm like, coming on YouTube and doing this and dealing with all the negative people, it's so stressful, right? Like, I'll be honest with you, like, for people that are really vested in trying to make sure that victims are protected and guarded from the nasty, actually your quality of life, it lessens momentarily. There's a period in time when you're doing this stuff and the quality of your life goes down because you're just, you're just you're fighting tooth and nail. You're trying to make sense of the insensible, the insensible and the nonsensical.
Hey, Slop, I don't know if you've been in here, and I totally understand why Tim is a suspect, but just because of my son and my life, if it's okay, could you do me a favor and not bring the organ donation up? Please remember that my son's a 2-time heart transplant recipient. And it's important to me that when you talk about organ donation and organ harvesting, that it's proven, and I don't mean that rudely, it's just a trauma for me because I've watched my baby have 2 heart transplants. And I just don't talk about that here. I agree people can have their own opinions on that. Just please, for me, not in my chat about the organ donation. I appreciate it. Hashtag donate life.
You just can't, right? That's what it does to good people. You see good people that attach themselves to these cases and they're downtrodden. Look at Chasing Truth. Look at Mr. and Mrs. Share, right? Like, it affects you. My good friend Lizzie, this shit affects you when you're yoked to the victims. Now, when you're not yoked to the victims, just take your pick. Go look. You're yoked to the money. Man, I don't care about, guess what, man? Through my hands and knowing that God will provide for the birds and the fish, I don't depend on YouTube for shit. YouTube does not pay me for the quality of life that I endure doing this stuff. It doesn't pay. There's no way it could pay. There's not enough money.
I honestly didn't mean that rudely, but I touched on it a few nights ago. If you could find that live and just listen, you'll understand why. I believe it was a live Ernie was on, so it's one of them. But I go more into depth about why I don't talk about organ harvesting when it comes to these missing cases. It's just very detrimental to the organ donation UNOS program. And it does happen. Like, it definitely does. I'm not saying that it doesn't. But when it becomes rumor and speculation and stuff, it really puts a damper in those waiting for transplants. So, like, it's okay if you want to talk about cases that have been solved. Hold on. With organ harvesting. Jesus. But if you're going to do it, make sure you're putting out like how many lives organ transplant saves, and maybe some awareness, because a lot of people don't know that heart disease actually affects more people than cancer does. It affects any age, from little baby. Okay, that's fine, Slot, but just on your channel, please. Just because, like I said, it's a trauma for me. Like, I take medicine because of it. I have PTSD because of my son's first heart transplant and his second. And I've seen his chest split open. I've seen his heart pumping outside of it. We've had to face other babies passing away. And that's just very it's hard. So thank you, Act Right. He's good. He's oh, your son went through open heart surgery. You know, it's not like, Beverly, you don't have to be sorry. It's nothing to be sorry about. But I just, like, he's 20. I was wrong about his age the other day and I got yelled at. He's 23. My son heard that. He come on here and he was like, "You don't even know my age." He wrote me. But he's 23 now, but he had his first transplant. He went into the hospital Labor Day at 8 months old in 2001. He had his first transplant November of 2021. He lived with that transplant until 2010 when he rejected. He was 9 and 10. He was 10. We had to, no, he was 9. We had to wait for another heart, and he was on the Berlin heart at the time. And it's a lot of medication, and it's just a lot that goes into transplantation. So things like that really, like, I just can't, like, I really don't mean that rudely, guys. I just can't be a part of the organ harvest and stuff because of my position with my own child and how we fight every day for his life. Um, I really don't mean that rudely. I just wanted to pause again and come back on and try to explain a little bit because it's just tough for me to talk about that stuff. So I just try to stay away from it. I hope you guys can understand. All right. Yeah, bypass. Well, he's had bypasses. He's had a few of them. Um, when they transplant you, of course, it's a bypass. They're taking your whole heart out. But when he rejected, his coronary arteries failed pretty much, and he had to have a bypass. Then they had to go in. I think they put 4 stents in. I think that's how many it was. And then he was on ECMO in a coma for 5 weeks. It's just traumatic. And I'd love to get on here and talk about it one day, but that's not why we're here today. But I am going to one day come out and explain a little better about organ donation because it's something I really stand for. And it's just sad that organ harvesting does happen. Yeah, I'm talking about it now, Slot, but I don't want to keep going on about it. I want to get back to Benny. That's what I meant. All right.
That I could be paid. People say, oh, you're just jealous of Chris's money. I'm not jealous of nobody's money. You want to know how you should be able to tell? If I were worried and jealous, I'd just switch and be like them, wouldn't I? Wouldn't I? I would. There ain't enough money. There is not enough money out there to make me switch it up. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sell out. This never was about money, right? It's people that know the content creator's Cash App by heart. They don't even have to have sent to it. And that's okay. Donate to who you want, right? You don't know my Cash App. I have one, but it's for my personal life. I don't put it on here. Why? Because that's not what this is for. This isn't the shmoney dance. This is none of that. It doesn't make me feel good to take money offline when it's in between cases and things are just going good. I really, 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 really have a hard time. So much so that I won't do it. Take money from people during a fucking pandemic while we're in inflation and we're in political uncertainty on the cusp of war all around the world. And for some fucking reason, I feel like I need to meddle in a fucking abduction case, fuck it up, and get paid great fucking money to do it. Fuck you mean. Good evening. One of you two.
All right. August 9th, 2021.
I watched the statement analyzer last night on TIR. That was an interesting display. Again, these fucking law enforcement people that are involved in the YouTube, like, snap out of reality. What you're doing is not part of the judicial process. You coming on here and leading and feeding each other, I mean, that's what they did. It was a good Halloween costume that the statement analyzer had on, because he came in and said, oh, I'm just going to receive what I want, or what Don's brain wants to tell me. You didn't do any of that. In fact, what you did is you and Mr. TIR fed each other back and forth and had this very strange analyzation. I didn't feel like any of it was I didn't feel like any of it was natural, right? It felt very pushed and designed and orchestrated. The really sad part is there was the early on talk of splitting it into two. That's always the setup for more drama, right? I'm still just stuck right here as to why these law enforcement people don't hold themselves to a professional standard. And I hear Chris say stuff like, active law enforcement grabs this guy. That guy is a paid expert too. What is a paid expert, Benny? A paid expert is someone that works for the judicial system, but in the regard that whoever signs the check faster, they're going to dance with the people that brought them, right? This statement analyzer, he'll jump on the defense side and sit down behind the defendant if they pay enough. Or he'll switch sides and move over and sit behind the prosecution if he's paid the right money. So these guys have there is no never mind to them, to a paid expert, as far as true justice is concerned. These people, it's like Arpad Voss, the soil sample guy. We all know what case he's working on. He's working on the Orrin and Orson West case, coat tail. But this guy, if you were to come at him with enough money, guess what? These guys, let's say the defense or let's say the prosecution pays $10,000 for their expert opinion on some shit, which it's still an opinion. It's a fucking opinion. Now, a lot of these opinions by experts, not necessarily these experts, these group of experts, but a lot of what experts do is based on science, right? Now, you have a lot of experts like Arpad Voss that came in with a completely unobjective analysis of an air sample. Then once it was put against the state's air sample or chemist, it was shot full of shit, holes, right? So these paid experts, first of all, paid experts, they don't care about the validating or the cleanliness of the jury pool. They don't fucking care, because justice is not their main objective. Their main objective is creating a position for themselves inside of these things where they can leak and diarrhea their opinion. Now, I was going to do a breakdown for about 10 minutes where I was going to do the same thing to the TIR video that the TIR video did to Don. But guess what? First of all, it would take me a fucking week to do a reaction to that video. Not because of the length of it, but because of the contradictions that these men, that they put into play, right? Now, I got the distinct feeling that the statement analyzer wanted us to believe that this was a cold scenario. He had never heard any of this jazz before. I think it was very clear by his preface that he had heard this stuff before. He gave that away in the very beginning, that he had heard this shit, right? So it wasn't no cold call for the statement analyzer, right? Now, Chris said, this guy, whatever the fuck his name was, this guy, right? He works for active law enforcement and he trains this and he trains that. He's a paid expert. You can pay him to show you how to do something that is a derivative of his opinion. So, let me tell you this. You won't be hired on this fucking case, both of you. You should have, if you really wanted to help, you should have kept your mouth shut and you should have fucking pushed to be an expert on this case. So you really could have jumped in there and done the due process. You law enforcement people, whether it's retired or active, you feel like because you're ex-dicks, that there is no standard for you. You can come on here. Oh, and let me tell you why the interview room is like they are. 40-year retired law enforcement. Can you imagine having to listen to victims for 40 fucking years whine and cry and beg and plead and call and text and email every single day, being forced to listen to the whiny voices of victims, right? First fucking thing it seems like 40 years of detective work makes you do is jump on your first day retired and find a victim and fuck them up. Right? It's like a plumber. 40 years of his hands elbow deep in somebody's shit, and the first day that he fucking retires, the first thing he's going to say is, I don't want to look at a toilet again. This guy enjoys this shit. You don't keep doing something that feels bad. Does it? Do you? I mean, we do, right? When we're toxic in life, we'll do things that don't make us feel good or that we think make us feel good. It could be drugs. It could be relationships. It could be manipulative scenarios with friends, right? So I guess it isn't completely fair to say that we only do things that make us feel good. Now, that may be the original motive, is to do something that feels good, right? I heard several. Let me step back. I heard at least two, because I didn't listen to that whole fucking thing. There's no way. There's just no fucking way. I heard Chris first talk about how his life was, I'm not going to say unmanageable, but
he alluded to his life being whatever. Then he made another comment subsequent to that, which was 3 or 4 minutes down the road, where he said that his life was blurry and that he was going to try to work that out. I completely fucking agree, Chris. You have blurred the lines between career, reality, and the figmentation of this fucking internet, right? Yeah. Believe me, man. 40 years of laying fucking concrete. Next thing you know, you want to walk on gravel. You want to walk on dirt. You don't want to fucking ever see a piece of concrete ever again, right? If you did 40 years in fucking prison, the first day retired from prison, you don't want to do that shit. You don't want to look at no fucking bars and no guards and no fucking tray meals and none of that shit. Not this guy. 40 years of helping victims, and then all of a sudden he does a fucking change of heart in 24 hours after turning in the badge and the gun. Now he's out here with blood on his tongue looking for some victims to fuck up. Fuck you mean? One of you two. I watched the Statement Analyzer last night on crocodile, huh? Let me tell you what, Chris. I know a lot of people all over the world and all over America. I just called. There is no one in the United States that I know that knows where and how to get crocodile. That's from the Eastern Bloc. That's not something we even have over here. So for you to equate something that our substance abuse specialists haven't even seen here to Don, holy cow, he must have the conduit for crocodile. First, let me tell you the side effects of crocodile. The side effects of crocodile are that it makes the, I could be slightly wrong here, but it makes the injection spot or the epidural on the user scaly, hence the word crocodile. Now, Chris, I will tell you this, and I've never held this back from anyone. I'm an ex-intravenous user of about 10 years ago, okay? What you're seeing on his legs is not consistent with any sort of stimulant use, especially meth, okay? Let me tell you.
I promised I wouldn't put his child in this. The kid's in the background, but he's talking about Chris. Like, I'm going to let it play, but no comments about the baby. Okay?
The bumps on his legs, and I'm not going to say I'm a varicose vein expert. I am not. What I will say is I've seen it before. And it will have that protruding, veiny look. Also, if you look at the fortune teller Juanita's legs, I guess the two of them are involved in some sort of strange injection process strictly on their legs. Now, also what I will tell you, Mr. Chris, is this. The protrusions or the knots that you see on his legs would not be consistent with methamphetamines in any way. What that is consistent with the kind of look is skin popping heroin. That's where you distribute the.
Why is he talking about that shit in front of his kid? All right. That's all I'm going to say.
Substance underneath the epidural, and it leaves a knot. And I've never done heroin like that, so I don't know anything about heroin. But I do know from being around heroin users, it would be consistent with a skin pop, which that is not. We know Don doesn't mess with heroin. Now, let me tell you this. Those track marks, sir, are the result of successful intravenous usage. What Don would have on his legs, Chris, are about 100 misses, unsuccessful intravenous injections on each leg. I don't think Don just started using drugs. If he uses drugs, he didn't just start yesterday. So what you would be looking at is someone that is so inexperienced with a needle that they couldn't hit a vein accidentally. Now, sir, what I will tell you, because methamphetamine was my drug of choice, when you miss shooting intravenous methamphetamine, you could get a knot, a boil like that. But what would follow immediately within less than 24 hours is a burning, like a boil, a pussy boil, a burn to the Eastern Bloc and doing an
All right. His kid was actually in that video. I think we heard enough of that one. It's just against Chris. Okay. All right. That's cash garning. That has nothing to do with summer. This one is, again, August 9th. And it's the first time, well, not really the first time, but he has unmasked in this, jumps out of her body and into a criminal judge's body with a jury of 3.2K. That's the title of it.
Everybody, I know I'm a little bit late. Actually, I might get in trouble. I'm late for court. Unmasked is holding court. Felony court number 9, taking place right now. Got a jury of 3,200, so it ought to be real nice. What I want to talk about real quick, and I'm not going to take all day, because if I do, I'll get pissed the fuck off. So, unmasked. Tell you what you've done now. Tell you what you've done. What you've done now is you are trying to divide the community by creating this realm where if you support Don or Candace, that you must not care about SA. That's rich. But let me tell you actually what the true dynamic is. The true dynamic is that there's 3,200 people over there listening and filling their brain full of that bullshit, right? Now, what's important about that is that's 32 seemingly 100 people that are either here for entertainment, some sort of sick, twisted pleasure, or maybe they're just not intelligent enough to, see the difference. Maybe they're foul, maybe they're vile, whatever reason that they have partaken in this particular, you know what it is? It's like changing the rules as you go, right? So the intelligent people, smart ones, we know that things are compartmentalized, right? This ain't that, and that ain't this, right? So don't you know, hypothetically, potentially, let's say they find Don guilty of some sort of offense or major felony that led to the disappearance or death of his child. Guess what? He'll go to court and you'll never hear about the SA. Even if they go to the SA trial first and then find him guilty later on for something having to do with Summer, you'll never hear about one or the other in the other court. You just won't. But in this silly court, they're using the fact that if you don't bash victims, they're victims right now. As soon as they change clothes and go to court for an SA, there's something different. In this case, they're victims. Don't get that twisted, right? Now, if you partake in the bashing of a victim because of something else they've done, that's still equally as disgusting. It doesn't change a thing. Nothing. It changes shit. Fuck all it changes, as they say in the UK. It changes nothing, right? So now, thank you, Unmasked. What you've done is you've scared people away from, not blaming victims. Essentially, you're like, listen, with my really strong forefinger, I'm going to tell you that if you support Don and Candace, in regards to the disappearance of their daughter, that you're saying fuck Jeannie, his sister, and all the other people that we're going to say that he sexually abused. Well, let me tell you one thing. The live's still going on right now. Somebody tell me, and I bet you can count it on one hand, maybe two hands, how many times that lady looks at the damn camera. And what she's doing is she's up there telling the story of somebody else. As I understand it, that shit didn't happen to her. So she's telling the alleged story of someone else that even makes it more alleged. Fuck you, man. So, we looked up the cold.
He was very busy August 9th, 2021. Here's another.
Case Foundation here. Sorry, it's hot as sin out here. We looked up the Cold Case Foundation. I don't want to diminish anything that they do. But when you think in terms of what the whole mission statement is here, it's cold cases, right? So, as you look down through here, you'll see quite a few different things. A lot of it is good PR verbiage, a whole lot of good PR verbiage. Again, I don't want to diminish what they do, right? But the very first couple of words, cold case, right? It says nowhere on their active abduction case, an interrogation, and deposition work and all of that, jury tainting. None of that's on there, Chris. That's not part of your job description. Now, you'll see a couple of individuals here that seem like they are the top brass. I'm starting to lose faith in anyone any longer that says that they have 40 years of investigative work. When you tell that to people online, oh boy, watch out. But what I do want to also point out is that they have a list of things that they specialize in, first being fundraising, the very last being victim support. I believe that wholeheartedly. So guys, what I guess I'd like for you to do is reach out to these top brass guys and, ask them, ask for their opinion on the way that he is appropriating this case publicly. If you would like if they're running this thing, anything like LE, you could contact one of the top brass and ask for the professional standards personnel. That person is going to handle the complaints and the accommodations for each case agent. So if you're really pissed about the way this is going down, again, speak to those top brass guys there and ask about some professional standards personnel.
Well, guys, we're getting through this. There ain't many left. August 10th, 2021. What date was the... Okay, we're almost to the live. It's a 2-hour live. I don't know if we're going to make it all the way through the light. I'm sure you guys have to sleep. I'll check it out. Why go on your community post, Lisa? Why not just come online and say what you know? Come grab a link. Oh, crazy. Just grab a link and say what you got to say. Why go over to the community post? You were here. You were in the chat. We were addressing it. I can't take this shit no more. Some of these people, man. Why not just air it out and get everything out? So that there's no more secrets with people in this case. It might actually help Summer. But anyways, I'm going to go back to this. Jeez.
Good morning, YouTube. This is no BS. I don't usually have dreams. Like, I just, rest. Last night, I had a dream. And I was in a courtroom. And I was watching Summer Wells' trial. And it's like I didn't see, there's someone on the stand. I don't see their face. This is not no fortune teller shit. This is just my dream, right? But I remember looking at the jury because everybody knows I'm big about juries, right? Like I know the intricacies of, the jury work, right? So I just know all of this is going on over here, the proceeding, but I'm watching the jury, and it's like the jury, they're like looking over to each other and they're saying, and this is the part where, like, because they already know the story, because they've already heard it a billion times. And then I remember looking over at the jury at some point again, and some of them were asleep. And I was just like, it was like, going to like a movie theater and watching this thing that was, it was just this crazy high, dramatical thing, but essentially, like when there was a time where I wasn't such a nice human being, and I was looking at some really long sentences and, different periods in my life. And when you're going through stuff like that, I had dreams then about my own proceedings, right? Like just, you would have dreams about, juries.
Wonder if Benny's having dreams about his own proceedings now. Jesus.
He's doing terrible, foul shit. Like, you know, you start thinking that it doesn't even matter what the jury says. They're all working together and they're out to get you. And you know, you've got all these things running through your mind, because guess what? It isn't the judge that you you know, that you're performing for. It's not the people behind. It's not for the spectators. It's not for cameras if they're allowed in. Man, you are this performance is for the jury, because you know that if this thing, I mean, God knows how this thing is going to end already. And if it ends up in court, he already knows who the people are that have been ordained to sit on that jury. And he already knows what's in the hearts of every single person on that jury before they even know they're going to be on that jury, right? And so you start to look at, you know, I mean, who do you think is a crazy, huge spectator in all of this? The state of Tennessee. The whole state of Tennessee, not just the world. I mean, it's saturated right in Tennessee. Everybody in Tennessee has an opinion, right? It's never going to be a streak-free jury. It's got skid marks in it already. And that is that's another one of the real travesties, right? Yes, summer is gone. That's our main focus. But you know what the other focus is? The other focus is that now we have another example, another case law with this one. I mean, it's not an actual case law, but
Yeah, I've actually already been on here 3.5 hours. I'm going to finish until we get to the 11th. I think there's 1 or 2 more videos. I just checked. And then I guess we'll start with Squall tomorrow. I'm pissed because that's where I wanted to be tonight, but you would be surprised at the people in Tennessee that know about summer. Yeah? I often wonder if there were, like, not flyers being put up at the beginning, how they said, because I've heard other people say that all of Kingsport wanted her found and allowed the flyers. So it bothers me that certain locals put that out there. There's nobody in Tennessee that I've ran into that doesn't know about Summer's case so far. You know? All right, let's finish these up so we can get the Squall tomorrow. I'm aggravated now because I didn't realize there was this many little videos there. We're almost done with that, though, but he has a ton of lives on there. I guess he quit making videos and just started making lives, so we'll be getting all of them soon. You've never seen a flyer? I've seen a couple posted up. I've heard both, that they are posted and that they aren't.
But we look at it like a YouTube case law. Now we have yet another case that YouTube has gotten involved in, and there's not been one viable tip, and there's been zero help. Like the TBI made a comment. Somebody said yesterday or whatever, I don't know when it was. I went looking for it, and I don't even know how to work Twitter, and I didn't even know what I was looking. So no, I didn't find it. But TBI, evidently at TBI Leslie, made a comment that they are not working with Chris McDonough, nor did they ask for his help. So what you're seeing there is that's the nice way. That's the nice way for TBI to say, hey, this.
Actually, that would fall back on Ernie, because what TBI actually said was they're not working with any other individuals in the YouTube world. So I actually seen that post the other day, and I will find it, and next time I come on, I'll show it.
This is our first approach at you. We're not working. I mean, they've also been getting tons of questions about his interference. You have to know that. There's a cause, But then TBI makes a statement about Chris McDonough, and that's the effect. It's not just me. TBI is watching him like, okay, yeah. Chris always says, they're in the chat listening. Yes, they are. And you want to know what they're saying in reply to all things you've said? We didn't ask for his help. He's obstructing. It's obstruction. Now, guess what? Nobody in Tennessee is going to be able to sit on that jury hardly with a neutral bias, which is none. No one's going to be able to sit on that jury and be able to look at a case for anything involving Summer with on their mind already having been polluted with this SA. Could never happen. It is not going to happen. Right? So I would tell you that if TBI Leslie or TBI has made a statement in regards to Chris McDonough at this particular time, what does that mean? Why this timing? Well, I'll tell you why. And the layman can see it. You don't have to be an ex-old crook or a defense attorney bar certified. None of it in between. You have to know that this timing, they're telling him, we didn't ask for your help. No, we don't want your help. Because now you're dipping into this SA business, and that is fucking the jury off. That's what they're saying. They're saying it politely, though.
And you know, he's right about that. And let me tell you why. So the jury pool's going to be picked if there's ever justice for Summer, right? And let's, fingers crossed, let's hope that there is. But the jury pool is going to be picked. But because Chris McDonough has such a big audience and everybody has seen him, and most people at the beginning were following Summer's case from that area. Hawkins County, although big because it has a lot of country, is actually not that populated. They're not going to move the venue to Kingsport. They're not going to move the venue to any surrounding counties because of what Chris McDonough did. So they're going to have to move the venue to Nashville, Knoxville. It's going to cost Hawkins County a lot of money. They're going to have a hard time getting a jury that didn't hear what Chris McDonough put out there about Dawn and his siblings. So that means that there may, even if there comes a time for justice, and let's say Dawn and Candace are guilty. Okay, let's just say that they arrest Dawn and Candace. I'm not saying they are. What I'm saying is that if they are guilty, they may walk. Just like Casey Anthony. Because the jury pool's been tainted. Benny is absolutely right. All right, Suzette, thank you for being here. You go get a nap. I'm not going to be here too much longer. I'm going to come back and start tomorrow with Squall and the videos on the 11th. I was hoping to get a little further, but everything with Lisa kind of took me off track tonight. And I wasn't even going to go live. I said that earlier. I had a shitty day. I don't like waking up to people knocking on my door. Okay, uninvited. And then you don't want to be rude to company, right? Like, okay.
Right now, guys, if you have a problem with any of this, there are ways to handle it. There are, you know, when someone aligns themselves with an organization like Cold Case Foundation, you know, there are professional standards in play. This is not just a shell corporation that brings in money. You know, and I didn't see anything in the breakdown about how much of the donations go out to the cases, right? You know, that part wasn't readily accessible. But what I'll tell you is, and I'm gonna not shift gears on this. They haven't addressed me.
You know, I think that's a really good thing to look into. I think I'm going to go and look at their cold cases board of members. I might actually even reach out to them and see if they'd be willing to give a couple statements on Summer's case. I'm going to try. But I think it's important that we go see who their board members are and who gets paid and how much they get paid. Being it's a 501c3, all of that should be public information. So when I get a chance, or if one of you guys want to look into it, that would be amazing. But as soon as I get a chance, I will. I promise.
They haven't addressed, I don't want to go down through the list saying names. They generically said they're not working with any fortune tellers, and now specifically said that they're not working with Chris M. Timing is everything. Timing.
They did help Brandy Phoebe. And you know what? It was a different case with Brandy, but it's a different situation with Brandy. Like the police in Idaho and Fruitland, right? They don't think the parents are responsible. And Brandy is much different than the Wells. She has been out there every day. She posts stuff on Facebook about Monkey. However, when he left that case, or I don't know if he left it, but his next case was Koberger, right? And in Koberger's case, he finds a glove and he's all over the evidence. They were pretty fucking pissed at him there, too. That's a problem when you keep doing it. And let's pray Monkey comes home soon, right? Thank you for bringing him up. I'm going to share his poster when I end this.
Timing. It's like real estate. Location, right? So timing. It's because of the mingling of the two cases. This, you know, before there wasn't really much that they, you know, TBI knows, like a lot of law enforcement know, if you're not living in a bubble, law enforcement knows that if it's a high profile case, it's going to play out online, right? They couldn't really stop him. And I'm guessing he, you know, clearly hadn't really crossed the threshold of anything TBI did or didn't want going on. Now this SA talk gets brought up and they jump out the box and they're like, hey, we're not involved with him, nor did we ask for his help. Now, you can look at that one of two ways, because it's smart. They're telling all of you, answering all the questions so that they don't have to answer them individually, in hopes that maybe the calls about Chris M will stop. They're getting so many calls that finally they got to come out, and with him bringing up the SA, they got to come out of the box and say, hey, whoa, we didn't ask for his help and we don't fucking want it. Facts. And then to compound it, right? It's the answering of all the questions so they don't have to answer them individually about did they ask for his help. And the other strong flip side of the coin is they're telling him individually, hey, Chris, we didn't ask for your help, nor do we want it. You know what I mean? Now, a lot of people will start saying things like, why don't you want Chris's help? He's an expert. Well, there's periods of investigations where it's so private, they don't want anybody else even trampling on the ground.
I've already shared if you guys want to go pass it around and put it in your community posts. Let's not forget little monkey, huh? Okay, back to Benny.
That they've got to go back over and look at, that's been trampled all over by searchers and different things that, you know, don't necessarily have crime scene preservation on the peak, you know, part of their search, right? You've got guys with sticks and machetes and they're whacking shit and they're looking and they're hollering and they're screaming and, you know, and they're also tired and drinking water and sweating everywhere. It's a DNA nightmare. This is facts. A fucking DNA nightmare, right? Now, the only way, I mean, a lot of these people, they just, you know, they just fumble onto something, or maybe they uncover something with a stick, right? Any number of these things that I mean, you have to dictate too that it's been handled by someone else, because guess what? That's the chain of command. When you secure the evidence, it has to be talked to, you know, the officer that you know grabbed the sample. It'll also have the person's name who found the sample. You know, all of those things, and then that becomes available to the defense. Right? So then when we come into, you know, if there's a question about the way a particular piece of evidence was handled, or the potential that there could be a mixed sample or a contaminated DNA sample, because you had a searcher that was, you know, inexperienced in the way that you approach, you know, you find a cigarette butt. Well, you don't just walk up to the cigarette butt with some tweezers and throw it in a bag. That's not what you do, right? It's a way that you approach it, right? They don't walk up to it and work backwards, right? They create a perimeter around the cigarette butt of some distance, and I mean, they're every fiber they're looking, right? Because when you come into the court and the you know, you have to show the record, the chain of evidence in the discovery, you just start shooting stuff down. Right? Now, you know, a fair defense attorney, he's going to try to exclude certain pieces of evidence before people even hear about it. A tricky defense attorney doesn't do it and waits to do it in court so that he can get that exclusion publicly in front of the jury. Because even though they say strike it from the record, jurors disregard that statement. Come on, man. We're not fucking computers where you just tap, 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 tap that backspace or that delete button. No, it's in there and it's locked in. And you're like, oh, you put emphasis on it because you want it to be excluded from the record and you want it to be disregarded by the 12 in the box. This shit is important. It gets logged in. Don't play with yourself, right? Due process and justice has been tainted since the very inception. We have been locking up innocent people forever since we've been locking people up, right? Every year you see the next group of, you know, the Innocent Project, you know, people that spend 40, 50, 60 years in prison coming home, you know, winning big lawsuits for, you know, this inhumane, illegal captivity, you know? How do you know, and that's what it boils down to, is a jury pollution scenario, right? Like you throw out the minimal amount of evidentiary value and it will be shredded by the public. You have to remember, for as long as the inception of the justice system has been around the world, it was always handled privately. There was never an internet to blast and search and foul up and mislead, because guess what? It'd be cool, I guess, if everyone in the world was able to see these videos, except and excluding everyone in Tennessee or someone that could potentially, I mean, guess what? You may have someone in Colorado that lives in Tennessee, they're up there, fucking, helping their sick mom. And they're seeing these videos, and they start coffee talking to everybody else, and then boom, the shit gets fucked up. They go back to Tennessee, got to sit on that jury, right? If you believe that Don is guilty of the SA, and I guess he's admitted to it, I don't know nothing about that. That's not my business. My business is Summer, right? I don't know nothing about that, the sexual abuse stuff at all. But if you want justice for Summer, you can't, it's impossible to lump these cases together. So if you could exclude everyone from Tennessee from seeing these videos, that would be great. Can we do that? No, we cannot, right? So the only thing that you could ever hope for is that, if you're Don in them and you're innocent, man, you got to push for that case to be picked up by the feds. Because if that case gets picked up by the feds, they're going to move it the fuck out of Tennessee, and you'll have a better chance at getting a cleaner jury. Right? I don't know. You think about the people 1 in 12 people sitting on a jury. 1 in 12, it only takes one way or the other, right? So what do? What do you do? We can't take these high profile cases over to fucking Italy and run them over there where nobody knows shit about it, and you actually get a very clean jury that way when they know absolutely nothing about it. Because let me tell you, anytime, and this is on the paid expert, right? So anytime a paid expert comes on, the first question usually that a defense attorney or whomever that's countering against the expert, the first question is you're a paid expert, right? Because when you associate money with truth, that automatically tells intelligent people, because we know it's people out here that will give fellatio for money. So you see what I'm saying?
I had to pause and come over. Phoebe, I don't know if you've seen the beginning of my live, but my dog was going crazy. Listen, he's a little over a year old. We're not used to big dogs. We've always had small dogs, chihuahuas, little wiener dogs, And my chihuahua that I had for 11 years passed away last summer. Not because he was sick. A pit bull attacked him. I'm still pissed. That was my baby. But we replaced him with a husky. Now, you're not really supposed to replace your dogs, right? However, my sister talked me into it because my grandbaby seen the pit bull attack my chihuahua. And she thought it would be less traumatizing if we just brought a new puppy in. And although he's adorable and he loves cuddles, he's an asshole. Today, this asshole, we have to keep moving his chain in the yard. I don't have a fenced-in chain, but he has a very long chain because I don't like putting my animals on a short chain, But we discovered today this little prick can jump the neighbor's fence. So he got stuck over there. The chain was stuck in the fence. It was a pain in the ass. So I wasn't going to let him out. However, just a little bit ago, he was still in the kitchen crying like a crazy dog he is. So I put him out. So let's pray he doesn't jump the neighbor's fence again, because everybody's sleeping, hubby's at work, and I can't save him. I'm going to have to let him off the leash and pray he doesn't run. I think he's okay. He usually just goes out there and sleeps. I don't know what got into him today, but the dog's an asshole. I love him. I'm just not used to big dogs. We also have 3 cats. 2 kids. 3 adults that think they're kids. It's crazy. Send him the Auntie Phoebe. Huskies are rough. They're very they need a lot of attention, and you can't leave them alone for more than 5-10 minutes. They're crazy. And talking about brushing them, this dog just went through his spring coat. We're still cleaning fur up from everywhere. However, when I'm done here and I get my shower, I'm going to go cuddle with the fucker. He's still an asshole. Aww. I bet you they're so cute. Did you find it, Go? No, you said you'll post it tomorrow. Aww. I love pups. I should do a night. Yeah, huskies are funny, and he never shuts up. Probably why he's mine, because I don't either. That's why it takes me so long to get through these fucking lives, right? He talks. I call it crying, but he talks. He talks all day long. You could sit there and have a real conversation with him. You'd actually think he was really talking back. All right, yeah, just make sure you tag me in it, because I want to see that. Yeah, well, I'm home, Phoebe. I'll read it when I get after I get my shower and let the dog in and all that other stuff. I promise I'll read it. Okay.
What would you come up here and do for money? You'll help send somebody to prison because you manipulate the way that the science is interpreted? Because this is the deal, right? It's not just about having the evidence.
It's more than talking back. I don't know if y'all got kids, but like that 2-year-old, 3-year-old toddler that just wants to yap, 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 yap. This is Benny Keys, Bogey. That's what he's like. He'll just sit there and talk to you. He follows you around the house, and it's all day long. I seriously catch myself having like conversations with him for like an hour. I got a couple videos on my YouTube, I think, of Jasper. He's so cute. You got a grandson? I got 3 grandbabies. Maybe cracking cases. Ah. Yeah, they may have it. We'll have to look. All right, let's get back to this. Enough animal talk.
Right? You have evidence, and you're always going to have, in a circumstantial case or a thin case, you're always going to have 2 ideals about the way something happened or a piece of evidence, right? And each one is going to be an opinion in a way, but it's about how you interpret and relay the output of these tests, right? It's all about opinion, right? You'll get one blood splatter expert to say, this blood means this. Then you'll pay another guy to come on the other side and say, oh, well, this blood is this. And all you're hoping is that some or all of the 12 in the box agree with the one you paid, and that for whatever reason, maybe he has nice
Here, I'm just going to show you all. I don't have any new videos of him, but this is my asshole when he was a puppy. Hold on. That's my weird daughter. You see my grandbabies in the back. Thank you, guys. He is beautiful. He's a good dog. He's just an asshole. I hope he grows out of this puppy shit soon. Because I'm telling you, he's something. Hold on. I got another one. Give me 1 minute here. We'll share one more. I got 3 of them on here. I need to take some new pictures of them. I have a ton in my phone. They're just not on here. We'll do this one. I hope this ain't the same one. And then after this, we're going to finish Betty up. Hold on. This is him watching the neighbor's kid play ball. He is a good pop. I am really in love with him. Yep. He ate my couch. I've complained about him. He ate my house. Go. He ate my house. We put him on a chain, and we heard something gnawing outside at the door, at the wall. And my husband's like, I think he's chewing the cable wire out there. I'm like, well, go out there and get him before he gets electrocuted. Hurry back. Nope, we went out there. He chewed the siding off my house and my screen door. So now we have to replace the screen door. He's getting better at the chewing, but he's still chewing. I hope the puppy shit's almost over. And this is why. Because when he was a puppy, my husband would give him my Tupperware to chew. You see him chewing my Tupperware? That was an old bull, but he's gotten all the new shit too. The shoes, you gotta hide your shoes. Oh yeah, that bed he's laying on, we bought him. He ate it. Okay, that's enough of that. The kid hit the baseball into my yard and he went and chased it. This was an adult husky. Thank you so much. You're a great support. You've been awesome. I'm so appreciative. Please know that. Okay.
Something that's personal. That's why ad hominem is such a problem, right? People will sit in the box, say it's a single woman, and she sees the attractive DA prosecutor, and he keeps making eyes with her because they do that, right? I don't know if you guys know that. They play all the angles. So if a DA sees someone that's attractive, right? So someone will get on there. Here we go, guys. Someone will get on there now, and they're going to lie. Madam, sir, have you had any exposure to any of the media involving this case online? Now, it's okay to say yes, but where you run into the problem is when they say, have you affirmed an opinion? And that's when the bullshit starts, because you have the option of doing what's right, or you're going to lie and say, no, I've formed no opinion. Like I'm the least biased of all people I know. That's what I'm like. That's what they put me down in the high school yearbook, was like least biased person. And then the other one was like most likely to be a top-notch juror. Fuck you.
All right, let's go see what the next video is. Oh. If it starts on the 11th, this one, hold on, what did we just watch? Yeah, I think we've watched them all. The next one's the 11th. So I'm just going to leave this up, and this is where we will start tomorrow. I already have the Squall one up, because again, I had it up the other day. I can't wait to get to this one.
did not request his assistance. Now, this is also speaking directly to.
So I'm just going to leave them up, and that's where we go. You're going to search too. Yeah, it's a good thing to go look back at, because I haven't looked at that. Eventually, I know Allie just passed away, but we are going to have to get into her. And YouTube is like, have you ever seen Master in Disguise become another person, become another person, become another person? Yeah, it's something like that. Into the Darkest. Personalities switch pretty quick here, huh? And thank you, Go, for looking for that so long tonight. But I'm going to hop off. I've been on exactly 4 hours and 30 seconds. I really wanted to get to this Squall stuff tonight. I'm so mad, but it's a 2-hour live. There's no way. People need sleep and people are getting up for work. So I'll be back tonight with it. But I also wanted to go over, we'll do that tomorrow night, because I got to get here. And we're almost done with Benny's this channel, right? And then we're going to go over to the Hitman channel. Hold on, let me see something here. Let me go to history. We're going to go to his channel real quick. And thank you guys all for being here tonight. Sorry I came on so late. Lisa K, I hope that you'll rethink information you have and put it out there. All right, guys. So here's where we are. This is the next video we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 more videos. But see, here's the thing. We're still going to be here for a while, because even though he has 14 more videos, I've been trying to stay with the dates. He has 1 million lives. And I don't know when his other channel began. The good news is that most of his lives back then were very short. So we should be able to get through quite a few of them in one day. And we are going to, right now we are, I'm looking for it. Right here. Barry Moore, if you don't count in summer, if my phone don't quit. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Jesus, guys. There's like 70 or 80 of them. What did you say the other day, lady? Or how the hell are we ever going to get through all of this? Yeah, Phoebe. And the best way to do that, so that people don't say like you're working behind the scenes and stuff, is if you have a channel, put it on your community posts, stick it in comments, show people your stuff, but let's try not to be sneaky about it, because when you get sneaky, that's when people start accusing you of things and being involved with people. And you're working with this one. Listen, the only person I work with today really is Hattie. And if I'm asking anybody else for information, I will let you guys know. I may not always give a name, but I've been through the ringer up here, and I try to be as transparent as I possibly can be with you guys. Now, are there times locals or something might come to me with information they don't want out there, and I hold it in? Yeah. But if the timing is right and it matches something else, I'll bring it out I try to bring it out in a decent way. I'm not perfect. I'm human. I make errors constantly. As I say all the time, I don't have a law enforcement badge. I'm not a private investigator. I can only show you guys what I'm researching and what my conclusions are and what sticks and what doesn't. But it's smart that we all start, and everybody. I wish Squall, even those that don't like me, Scott, Penny, Tiffany, all of those that had chasing, gavel, chroma. Like, it's time for all of your videos and all of your information to come out because, hidden body cams, when you didn't record anything, but we just wore a body cam. Things like that cause problems, huge problems, messes. Because now we're all sitting here curious, like, well, what the hell happened on Beach Creek that they can't show that video, right? It just leads to more speculation, more theories, more conspiracies. You hear gossip and conspiracy. She comes from the conspiracy area. Summer's case has become a conspiracy. Yeah, I mean, I talked to a few people too, and I do understand and I do welcome like information, but if you're going to send me information, just know if it matches something that I have, I'm going to put it out. And if it doesn't match and we could talk about it. But some of my subs, see, I get caught up sometimes where my subs believe something I don't, and then I'm attacked from other creators because I went with my sub. No, I'm just nice to my subs. That's all there is to it. I don't have to be mean to you guys. You know what I mean? It's pathetic the way these YouTube streets work. And Lady R knows that. Go knows that. The attacks are insane. And it's sad that you can't actually make friends on here and write them. I would love to sit down and have a conversation with Lady R. Lady R has asked me many times if she could message me, and I just tell her the same thing. Put it on the community post, because then they're going to go around and they're going to say, oh, yins are working together. You're conspiring. You took Summer. You killed the dog. You drank a beer. You smoked a cigarette. It's just ridiculous. Hopefully one day I'm comfortable to the point where I can send Lady or my phone number and say, hey, let's put our information together. But because of the position these people have put me in, and Lady or really, and others, many other creators on here, you kind of have to do it in the public. You know? And I do get people that send me information, and I know sometimes it looks like I don't always look at it. I get a flood of information, and it's just hard when I'm doing my own research. And a lot of times I just don't want to put my subs on the spot. And when you send me something and it connects, I don't know. You understand what I'm saying. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Yep, they would. And just know that if I could show you things too that we could figure out other shit you have questions to, and it does suck. And it's sad because like these last couple months I've been in my chat, and Lady Orr and I have even said, oh, I have something that matches that. Oh, I have something that matches that. But we can't just go like throw things out there. And that's what I've been doing the last couple days. It's bad. It's a bad strategy. But I want answers for Summer. And if something I post causes somebody to react, it'll let me know, right? Number one. And number two, if I'm posting it and it's coming from me, nobody can say somebody sent it to me or cause any problems. Or these last 3 years have been a ride on here. However, I'm not going nowhere, guys. I'm not. You know? Yeah. This case is full of things that make you go, And you know, Act, the thing that worries me is that this is going to end up being, no, this is speculating, an accident or something with Candace. It's going to end up being the most simplest thing when we've all been drugged down so many rabbit holes. I don't know that for sure. I'm not accusing them of being 100% guilty right now. But I'm saying if it does end up being so small, what are we all going to feel like after we sat here and said, oh, look, we did that, we did that? However, because this case has become so misconstrued, it's taken me all the way back to the beginning. I'm still trying to figure out how I have enough hours in my day to get on here and go through all of this. So it is a great help. Right. I'll admit if I'm wrong too. Go. And I think that's important, you know? Like I can come out here and say I'm wrong. Now, what sucks is when you put something out and it's wrong. All of us have done it. All of us. None of us have a law degree, right? But they attack you for it. It's, oh my God, you doxed, you did, you did. But they all do the same shit. It's just when somebody else does it and it's not them, they want to call DHS. They want to send the police to your house. They want to file lawsuits that make no sense. Jody Sue called chicken on a stick a crazy bitch and I got sued. Come on now. And I've read my court papers to you guys. They do everything they can to get you off of here. And I have to wonder why. And who? Who is behind all of this? So I guess what I'm doing is, yeah, I'm still keeping Summer's name out there. And I'm still talking about Summer. However, as you guys know, most of you, my thing has been this reward fund and marathon. I want to find out who was behind that so that we could put that to the side. I think when somebody's hiring a fake federal agent or accusing a fake federal agent of being involved, you have to bring this shit out. I think it's important to us here on YouTube, Summer's case, everybody. I'm not leaving because I have nothing to hide. Same here, Lady R. Voltaire's, it's her YouTube and nickname on Facebook and YouTube. She has about 20 Facebook groups under different names. Nobody really knows her real name. I have guessed that she was a Rebecca Crawford. People told me I was right. And then 2 years later, they were like, no, you're not. Lisa Kay, which is why I came on here tonight, knows who she is, but won't say, even though this woman was up on the hill under a different name. Same with the Kathy Marsh person who's been trolling people and destroying groups and Facebook pages and harassing everybody in every comment you could possibly harass in. When I started looking up the Cathy name, she got nice in one of my comments, and it was really strange to me. And then she was rude again to 2 people in my comments. I seen them. She deleted one. But the shit ain't right, man. Like, why are you people playing all these games in a missing kids case? If we're all here for the same goal, of keeping Summer's name out there in hopes of getting her found? What does the fighting, the trolling, the drama, the accusing, all that shit, how does that help Summer? It's just a lot to unwind. And I'm trying that with Benny. I'm going to go through this channel. Then we're going to figure out what we're going to do. I want to at least get to the marathon. I have a feeling this channel will get us to the marathon. To be honest with you, I'm winging it, guys. I'm going day by day. There's so much and so many creators and so much the family and the neighbors have done. Just crazy. You thought Andy called her Becca on a live? He might have been talking to his wife because her name's Becca too. His wife, not her wife. No, her last name isn't Crawford. Yeah, that was a whole ass mess, go. It was bad. And you know what? In my opinion, Jody Sue derailed that marathon and caused problems right at the end. And it was, in my opinion, because she wasn't getting money she thought was promised to her. I mean, Lady R knows a lot about that, and that's what I would love to get with her and talk to her about. But I can't. It just doesn't work like that here on YouTube. It's sad. 25 minutes from the Wells. That's how far Squall lives from the Wells. Oh, really? That's interesting. Lady R, I'm hoping that you've been digging through the Squall stuff because you said you was going to put a video out. But I was thinking maybe since we can't talk behind the scenes, that maybe I can have you on panel one night and just give you access to sharing. Well, you have the access, but you could just share. Right. Well, I say things I think I can prove and they end up being wrong. Sometimes I should think before I speak. However, it's been so long. Guys, I'm praying Summer's alive. I'm praying. And I have hope every day. With all the hoaxes Dawn and Candace and everybody have played, I'm praying that this is a hoax that gone awry. It went bad. And they find Summer. And whoever is responsible for this goes to fucking prison. However, that's a theory. That's not truth. And it's probably not what happened. Right? But I like to keep that glimmer of hope every day. And not just for Summer, but for Monkey and for all the missing kids. I just happen to be stuck on Summer's case because of all of the shit that I've been through here. I can't walk away from it. I can't. This has been 3 years of my life, day in and day out. Regardless of whether I've been here on YouTube or not, I've been researching, I've been watching, listening. That was your first theory. Why ain't this hitting? There it goes. Yeah. She did. Good. I'm going to go outside the radius and see what's 25 minutes. All right, you go find that video, but I'm going to get off of here for the night. Thank you guys for looking at my puppy, listening to me bitch about Lisa K, and rant and rave, and I'm sorry I came out here in a poopy mood. If my peoples are listening, do not knock on my door without telling me you're coming. That turned my whole day into mush. It derailed me. But yeah, I'm going to get off of here. All right, guys. Peace and love to you all. Thank you for being here. Mwah. I'll see you all tomorrow. That's what I thought because Dawn said. Yep. All right, guys. Good night. See you all tomorrow.